A concretização do Pacto Ecológico Europeu e, em particular, o objetivo de tornar a Europa no primeiro continente climaticamente neutro, exige uma transformação profunda do sistema energético europeu. Para esse efeito, a presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia estabeleceu 7 prioridades que irão traçar o caminho desta transformação energética. A primeira é, desde logo, reconhecer que é necessário desenvolver um mercado interno energético eficaz, coeso e competitivo, com um elevado nível de proteção do consumidor, acesso equitativo e aumento da capacidade de produção. O segundo é assegurar a promoção da eficiência energética em todos os setores, sendo esta uma opção basilar para a concretização dos objetivos europeus em linha com o Acordo de Paris, bem como uma das formas mais eficazes e justas de assegurar a transição para uma economia neutra em carbono. O terceiro, e neste quadro, é que é incontornável maximizar o potencial das renováveis e de um sistema energético descentralizado através do fomento do autoconsumo e das comunidades energéticas. Em quarto lugar, encorajar o debate em torno do hidrogénio verde e dos mecanismos de apoio para a criação de um verdadeiro mercado para este hidrogénio. Em quinto, concretizar a vaga de renovação, que pode ter um papel crucial na recuperação da economia, apoiando a reabilitação de edifícios, contribuindo para a melhoria da eficiência energética, apoiando a economia circular e promovendo o bem-estar e a inclusão social, combatendo, por fim, a pobreza energética. Em sexto, a criação de condições para o armazenamento, as smart grids e as interligações, que são essenciais para sustentar o crescimento do mercado energético e permitir a melhor integração e o crescimento das fontes de energia renovável. Por fim, em sétimo, promover as relações externas e a diplomacia energética com os nossos principais parceiros, bem como organizações e iniciativas internacionais. Relativamente aos objetivos na área de energia, é a nossa ambição a obtenção de uma abordagem geral do Conselho na revisão do regulamento das redes transeuropeias de energia, fundamental para assegurar que a Europa atinja o objetivo da neutralidade climática. Assumimos igualmente como prioridade promover o debate e assegurar a adoção de conclusões do Conselho sobre a vaga de renovação. Pretendemos ainda manter o hidrogénio na ordem do dia, com troca de pontos de vista no Conselho de Energia em junho. A presidência nesta área conta ainda com 2 eventos de alto nível: a Conferência sobre o Hidrogénio e a Conferência sobre Green Mining, a realizar esta segunda no dia 5 de maio, ambas voltadas para a criação de soluções que visam contribuir para os grandes desafios da atualidade numa ótica de sustentabilidade.
Good morning. It is with great pleasure that we all welcome you to the high-level conference Hydrogen in Society, Bridging the Gaps, which takes place under the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union. The EU energy policy framework is key to facilitate a human-centered energy transition away from a carbon-based towards a carbon-neutral society in 2050. And to deliver on the EU's Paris Agreement commitments regarding the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Hydrogen is a key enabler of the energy transition. Today, with the participation of ministers and secretaries of state, world-renowned experts and representatives of international and scientific organizations, we intend to explore the economic, industrial, scientific, and technological opportunities in the hydrogen sector. To welcome us and open the conference, the Minister for the Environment and Climate Action of Portugal, João Pedro Matos Fernandes, has the floor.
Good morning to you all, dear colleagues, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. We are living challenging times. If, on the one hand, economic and social recovery are the immediate priority, on the other, we cannot ignore the threat that climate change poses to society. The European Green Deal provides the framework for recovery in line with the objective of making Europe the first carbon-neutral continent. Achieving carbon neutrality in Europe by 2050 and at least 55% greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2030 demand profound changes in our energy system and a strong commitment to an energy transition supported in the deployment of renewable energy. But there are cases where electrification is not an option. So, renewable hydrogen is expected to play a key role in the decarbonization of sectors where other alternatives might not be feasible or be more expensive, being decisive for the decarbonization of European industry. Currently, hydrogen accounts for less than 2% of Europe's energy consumption and is primarily used to produce chemical products such as plastics and fertilizers. And in the strategic vision for a climate-neutral European Union, the share of hydrogen in Europe's energy mix is projected to grow to 13 to 14% by 2050. With the publication of the European Hydrogen Strategy, along with the Energy System Integration Strategy, Europe sets the stage to explore the potential of clean, renewable energy to help the process of decarbonization the EU economy in a cost-effective way. This strategy aims to explore actions to support the production and use of clean hydrogen, focusing on the mainstreaming of renewable hydrogen. The European Hydrogen Strategy and related investments in hydrogen will foster sustainable growth and jobs, which will be critical in the context of recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. Moreover, the European Union Strategy for Energy System Integration outlines a vision to create a smarter, more integrated and optimized energy system, in which all sectors can fully contribute to decarbonization and where hydrogen can play a key role. At the same time, the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, aiming at the ambitious deployment of hydrogen technologies by 2030, was launched, bringing together several players. The development of the hydrogen economy at European level creates new industrial opportunities that we must firmly embrace. Hydrogen is challenging and disrupting the current business models throughout the value chains at different scales, from production to end use, including transportation and storage and energy trade markets. Hydrogen will truly be a game changer. Ladies and gentlemen, Portugal assumed the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union at a time when Europe is still dealing with a pandemic and its social and economic consequences. The challenges are evident, but we are aware that this is also a crucial moment for Europe's recovery. Our motto, "Time to deliver," for a fair, green and digital recovery, conveys that now is the time for concrete actions. While holding the presidency of the Council, Portugal is committed to stimulate the opportunities arising from the necessary energy transition, particularly building on the EU hydrogen strategy. Therefore, it is essential to adopt measures to promote hydrogen competitiveness, especially of green hydrogen, to invest in research and innovation, to create and regulate the market, to build and adapt infrastructures, and to develop certification of origin schemes. While strengthening industrial and technological development across Europe is the main goal, the debate around hydrogen and support mechanisms should be encouraged in order to create a real market for hydrogen. In this context, we intend to steer the debate towards progress achieved in the implementation of the European Hydrogen Strategy. To this end, besides the organizations of this conference, we are seeking to promote an exchange of views among member states of the Energy Council in June. Dear guests, today our focus will be in the bridging the gaps. In this regard, we designed the agenda of this one-day conference around key themes, which I hope will generate valuable discussions and offer a platform to translate hydrogen's current momentum into real-world action. We will address policies and strategies to foster a global market for hydrogen, the international view on challenges and opportunities, the role of support mechanisms, the promotion of sustainable value chains, partnerships, and the fundamental contribution of innovation ecosystems. We expect the conference provides insights on the state of development and cooperation regarding hydrogen. It will also allow, wishfully, to learn more about strategic initiatives based on hydrogen clusters and valleys. This conference on hydrogen is attended by national and international experts, representatives of the European Commission, associations and various sectors of decarbonization of the economy, whom will share views on the state of development and cooperation, as well as explore new economic, industrial, scientific and technological opportunities in the hydrogen sector. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2016, Portugal committed to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. We were the first country in the world to do so. In recent years, we significantly increased the share of renewables both in the supply side and in the end use. We already have a 59% renewable share in electricity generation. However, motivation is high to go much further in the transition towards cleaner energy, thereby accelerating renewable energy uptake to reach 100% by 2050. This trajectory is anchored on Portugal's National Energy and Climate Plan from 2021 to 2030, comprising ambition targets for 2030. Our 2020 National Hydrogen Strategy foresees the implementation of over 2 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers by 2030, representing 5% of the EU goal for that year. Portugal's strategy pushes forward for renewable hydrogen and perfectly matches the European Commission's vision for hydrogen and for smart sector integration. As an ambitious and innovative country with a robust track record in renewables, we bring forward our commitment and our current state of play in the hydrogen field. To bring these features forward, several mechanisms are being implemented at national level, and I can give you some examples. First, regulating the injection of renewable gases into the national gas network. Second, establishing a system for guarantees of origin for renewable gases. Third, ensuring financial resources to support energy production through the production of renewable gases, particularly hydrogen and biomethane. Fourth, setting binding targets by 2030 to incorporate renewable gases into the natural gas networks. Fifth, launching a call aimed at supporting projects for the production, distribution and consumption of energy from renewable gases, including green hydrogen, up to 40 million euros. And the last one, we earmarking 185 million euros to support projects for the production of renewable gases, including green hydrogen, and 720 million euros for the decarbonization of industry, including green hydrogen and other renewable gases, both within the scope of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. Portugal presents favorable and unique conditions to develop a green hydrogen economy. We have very competitive conditions, both for solar and wind, the right resources and a strategic geographic location that facilitates trade with the main consumption sites located in Northern Europe. For the creation of a true international hydrogen market, all dimensions are important, namely international partnerships. In that regard, the Netherlands and Portugal signed the Memorandum of Understanding for Hydrogen Development, and the Kingdom of Morocco and Portugal signed a joint declaration on green hydrogen, recognizing the strategic opportunity that decarbonization represents to both economies. I repeat, these are historical times in the energy sector. By aggregating all the relevant stakeholders like those present today, By pooling resources to increase scale and by having a unique collective focus and drive, we can accelerate the implementation of a green hydrogen economy, create a full hydrogen value chain in Europe, ensuring global industrial and technological leadership and combating climate change. Once more, public and private investments must come together, and governments have the responsibility to give the right signals, creating the regulatory framework and the conditions so that private sector can invest with stability. I hope that today's conference can make a significant contribution to the creation of a real hydrogen economy. Thank you.
We will now hear from the European Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson.
Dear Ciao Pedro, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to join you today, and I want to praise the Portuguese presidency for placing the focus on renewable hydrogen. I want to use today's occasion to talk about 5 fundamental aspects of building a hydrogen market for Europe. The first is about strategy. Setting a clear vision is key. The Green Deal provided that vision as a guide for this mandate, and now it also provides an exceptional opportunity for recovery post-COVID. Renewable hydrogen is a key part of that vision of a climate-neutral 2050. That's why, together with energy system integration, the hydrogen strategy was our first policy-setting communication to reach the podium last summer. And I'm very pleased that the Portuguese government was among the first to follow in our footsteps with its own national renewable hydrogen strategy. Second is implementation. Right now, we are working on our Fit for 55 package, our way to back up our climate neutrality ambition with concrete legislative proposals, and making sure that we are on the same page across all our policies, from energy to climate, from industrial policy to research and innovation. Implementation also means delivering the missing pieces for building a European hydrogen ecosystem, creating infrastructure to transport and store hydrogen, producing higher levels of renewable electricity, also designing a certification scheme, defining market rules, and establishing support schemes to promote hydrogen in the difficult to decarbonize sectors. Third, we have to consider financing these plans. It's clear that any strategy for hydrogen is an investment agenda. At the EU level, we are expecting investments in the range of 320 to 460 billion euros by 2030. That includes up to 42 billion euro of investments in electrolyzers, up to 340 billion in renewables generation, and up to 65 billion for transport, distribution, storage, and refueling. At the same time, we need sustained investments in our R&D. We already have 2 large research and innovation calls for scaling up electrolyzers and bringing large-scale demonstration projects to the market. Under the Recovery and Resilience Facility, 37% of the expenditure will be dedicated to investment in projects for the green transition, making it a great opportunity for member states to invest also in renewable hydrogen. And under that same facility, we have published our flagship called Power Up to guide member state investments towards renewables, including renewable hydrogen. These actions to shape this hydrogen ecosystem and target the right investment is key. But our actions cannot exist in a vacuum. Any push towards hydrogen needs to consider the international dimension. And that's why our strategy dedicated a chapter to this very point. Our strategy touches upon the opportunities to collaborate within the region, starting with our neighborhood, and in particular with Morocco and Ukraine, on developing projects and supporting cross-border trade. At the same time, there is a great scope for global cooperation. We have been long-term partners, in particular with the US and Japan, Japan has led some of the most ambitious research programs on the hydrogen value chain. I see great potential, in particular on exchanging best practices and developing a global rules-based market, including common standards, safety, and certification. Overall, we want to ensure coherence across our global partners willing to enter into the hydrogen race. Fifth, and finally, I want to talk about our hosts today. Portugal is an example for Europe's energy system in the near future. You have more than half of your electricity coming from renewables, set a world record low cost for solar PV, signed a memorandum of understanding with the Netherlands to ship hydrogen to the port of Rotterdam. You created a pipeline of concrete hydrogen projects, and you are developing innovative support schemes to develop new projects on the ground. Added to this, you are setting concrete targets for 2030, including an investment agenda of 7 billion euros. Portugal is a frontrunner, and my ambition is that we see similar moves across the EU. More renewable electricity available, less reliance on fossil fuels, a strong hydrogen value chain, new industrial and technological opportunities matched with new job creation, and a strong European market for hydrogen. Thank you.
In Europe, a growing number of member states is launching their respective national hydrogen strategies, with an emphasis on renewable hydrogen and regional cooperation initiatives. Other than those initiatives, the optimization of efforts both on production capacity, deployment upscaling, and on the cost competitiveness improvement process is key to follow an integrated and coherent approach at the EU level. For the panel European Policies and Strategies to Create a Real Market on Hydrogen, we have the participation of Bas van der Voort, Minister of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy of the Netherlands, who will participate via pre-recorded video statement, Elisabeth Winkelmeier-Becker, Parliamentary State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy of Germany, Sara Agesen-Muñoz, Secretary of State for Energy of Spain, Claude Turmes, Minister of Energy and Spatial Planning of Luxembourg, and as the host of this session, João Pedro Matos Fernandes, Minister for the Environment and Climate Action, has the floor.
Well, good morning to you all. Once again, I'll be your host for the next 40 minutes. For the first session in this day, we will discuss European policies and strategies to create the real market on hydrogen. I have 4 colleagues from 4 different countries with me, and I will start with Bas van Voort from Netherlands. Netherlands, it's a country who is making a big effort for a shift for the decarbonization from the natural gas to other sources like hydrogen, trying to keep the industrial competitive position that they have. Bas van Voort is my colleague. He's the Minister of Economy Affairs and Climate Policy since the 20th of January of this year. Good morning.
Your Excellencies, first of all, my compliments to the Portuguese presidency for hosting this high-level conference. It shows that hydrogen has become one of the highest priorities in our European energy policies, and rightly so, given its essential role in the decarbonization process of the European Union. You all know that the Netherlands has published its hydrogen strategy last year and that we are already implementing this strategy. Also, many countries present at this conference are implementing their strategies. One of the main aims of the implementation strategy of the Netherlands is the development of a hydrogen backbone by repurposing part of our gas infrastructure. With this backbone, we will be able to connect the major industrial clusters in the Netherlands and possibly in Northwestern Europe to multiple hydrogen sources. Other member states are focusing more on the production of hydrogen within industrial clusters. For the scale-up of hydrogen, we need both approaches. Besides our policies to develop value chains for the production of hydrogen, exports and imports within the EU will be crucial for sufficient supply and therefore for decarbonizing the European industry and transport sectors. In this regard, an important step will be the creation of an export and import infrastructure to transport green hydrogen within the EU, for example, from producers in Portugal to the port of Rotterdam, to supply the Dutch and German industries. Plans like Portugal's to start producing green hydrogen in the port of Sines and to build the necessary export infrastructure are a substantial contribution to the creation of a liquid hydrogen market within the EU. Besides infrastructure, we also need to create a well-functioning market. Currently, the EU is reviewing many regulations that will determine the framework in which this new market will develop. For example, the decarbonization package, the revision of the Renewable Energy Directive, and the modification of state aid rules. The EU is well on track in establishing the foundation for scaling up the hydrogen market. 2021 will be the year in which the EU and its member states take important decisions that will largely determine the further deployment of hydrogen in our continent. In our search to find the right balance to design and create this new market, we should follow a flexible and pragmatic approach. In this respect, I would like to mention three main elements of such a flexible approach. The first one is flexible frameworks. The existing regulatory framework for the gas market is the starting point, but we need a more specific and flexible framework for hydrogen that will generate the needed investments from both the private and the public sector. Second, room for low-carbon hydrogen. Our common target is the production of renewable hydrogen, but in the scaling up of the market and regarding our aim to rapidly replace fossil-based hydrogen, we foresee an important transitional role for blue and low-carbon hydrogen. In some parts of Europe, this is a necessary and inevitable step. Third, flexible state aid guidelines. Our shared goal is to accelerate the scale-up by making clean hydrogen affordable. We need to quickly reduce the cost and to mobilize investments from the private sector. Public financial support will be necessary to reach this goal. The challenge for the coming years is to increase electrolyzer capacity rapidly so that these installations will function as the engine of the emerging hydrogen market. Therefore, we need state aid guidelines that are fit for purpose. By doing so, we will be able to achieve the 40 GW target of the EU by 2030. I hope today will be fruitful in further identifying the necessary conditions for making the great hydrogen leap forward and thus making Europe a global hydrogen frontrunner. I look forward to many successful collaborations between our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now our second speaker is Elisabeth Winkelmeyer-Becker from Germany. We all know that Germany is a large-scale hydrogen producer and consumer and a relevant hydrogen importer. And Elisabeth Winkelmeyer-Becker, which I salute, it's the State Secretary of the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy of Germany. Good morning, Elisabeth.
Good morning, everybody from Berlin. Thank you for the opportunity, for giving me the chance to describe recent developments in regard of hydrogen from Germany and on further challenges for European hydrogen market. The implementation of the EU hydrogen strategy, the EU strategy for system integration, as well as the growing numbers of national hydrogen strategies will lead to the creation of a new and broader market for hydrogen. The strategies aim at offering decarbonization options in sectors where direct use of renewable energy is no viable alternative. This next phase of Europe's energy transition poses big challenges across the entire value chain. Hydrogen production, transport, use, and application of, in particular, green hydrogen are emerging technologies that need to grow to a broader scope and larger scale. At the same time, a rapid market ramp-up is essential to work along learning curves and to close the existing financial gap. The German national hydrogen strategy that matches with ambitions on EU level has been adopted 10 months ago. It provides the overall framework for funding, regulation, and infrastructure planning. The German strategy is based on two underlying assumptions. First, we are convinced that we need integrated projects in which production, usage, and infrastructure will be developed together. Second, we think that close cooperation between all stakeholders is crucial. Cooperation will be essential not only on a national level, but also bilaterally and multilaterally. And the implementation of our hydrogen strategy has been developed in the last month. The EU Renewable Energy Directive has recently been implemented in the transport sector and provides for ambitious targets for the use of renewable energies, including hydrogen. Under the directive, the Commission will soon propose a set of criteria to be fulfilled for green hydrogen when electricity is taken from the grid. These include a temporal and geographical correlation between electricity generation and hydrogen production, as well as measures for additionality. Such criteria are important to ensure that green hydrogen is both credible and compatible with the electricity system. Furthermore, a robust legal framework for rapid and legally secure development of the necessary hydrogen infrastructure for the investment project of the first few years will be adopted soon. According to a recent amendment of the Renewable Energies Act, options to exempt electrolysis for this hydrogen production from levies have been introduced. Also, funding will require an integrated approach. Nothing will be achieved if green hydrogen produced in large electrolyzers cannot be purchased or transported. We must therefore address the production cost as well as the cost on the demand side and enable infrastructure development. The important projects of common European interest on hydrogen will be key instruments for promoting the entire hydrogen value chain. Funding requirements also need to be addressed on EU level. In the process of developing a new market, we have to face global competition. Therefore, special mechanisms are needed that may go beyond the current status in terms of funding level and intensity. Strong financial incentives will be needed that are partly based on CO2 pricing and other market incentives. But also a framework of principles for member states' support instruments is required, as well as a fit-for-purpose approach in state aid rules. The capacity to produce green hydrogen in Germany is limited. Therefore, large amounts of green hydrogen will need to be imported. We aim at setting up partnerships with countries that have a high potential to produce green hydrogen at low cost. Besides, we will soon publish funding tools for international projects. Such will entail funding guidelines providing CapEx subsidies for international hydrogen projects. Furthermore, via the auction scheme H2 Global, we will set up a platform that will enable the sale of hydrogen at a guaranteed price. Finally, Europe's gas grids provide an extremely valuable asset as they enable the transport of molecules rather than electrons. Besides the use of new hydrogen infrastructure, repurposing existing gas infrastructure can help to reduce transportation costs. Our aim is to enable the transport from the best sites for renewable capacities and electrolyzers to industrial centers in the cost-efficient way. We are convinced that hydrogen will be a key commodity for a successful energy transition. This forward-looking source of energy will make an important contribution to meeting climate targets in Germany and across the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I have a small question for you. What are the institutional challenges expected in the energy system caused by the integration of hydrogen?
Thank you for your question. I think the Commission plans to revise the internal gas market rules, which is strongly supported by Germany. Because for the gas and hydrogen market design, it is important to balance targets for delivery with key regulatory principles for a competitive market. That's not so easy. The design will need to consider the needs of a young emerging sector, make use of innovative business models, and ensure accessibility. The transition of gaseous energy carriers will entail a phase-in of hydrogen and simultaneously a phase-out of natural gas. Both developments will pose challenges to the planning and financing of the infrastructure. An integrated approach across the energy system will be important in this regard.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Then we go to our third speaker in this morning from Spain, Sara Agasan Muñoz. Hola, Sara. Spain has a clear focus on the creation of value chains and on getting more scale on hydrogen, and Spain competes with Portugal as a relevant potential hydrogen exporter. Sara Muñoz is a chemical engineer and she was appointed the Spain Secretary of State of Energy last year. Hello, Sara.
Hello, good morning, dear colleagues and dear participants. For me, it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much, Minister Matos. Muito obrigada, João, for inviting the Spanish government to this panel. You have all our support to move forward in your ambitious presidency program on energy and climate for this semester. Dear colleagues, as Spain and European Union has, as a whole, we have made a clear stance on renewable hydrogen. We all agree this energy carrier will be critical to decarbonize those sectors where electrification is not feasible or cost efficient. We have no doubt about its potential to help us to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 while reducing our energy import dependency and creating solid and thriving value chains. This is why we believe it's critical to focus on renewable hydrogen, investments in technology, in industrial capacities, and in development which are fully compatible with net zero. Bearing in mind we are only 1 or 2 investment cycles away from 2050, it's more critical than ever to avoid investments or policy decisions which may lock us into fossil dependence or become stranded assets. With that in mind, we strongly support the European Commission vision reflected in the recent EU hydrogen strategy to build 40 gigawatts of electrolysis capacity from renewable sources by 2030. Very much in line, in October 2020, Spain approved its own national hydrogen roadmap, committing to install at least 4 gigawatts of electrolysis capacity by 2030. That means the 10% of the global objective by the European Union, making the most of Spain's renewable resources as Portugal and technological capabilities to provide a substantial contribution to the European vision and objectives around this new sector. The goal of this roadmap, as for the EU strategy and many others today, colleagues and member states' plans, is very clear, laying the foundations for a stable, investor-oriented and long-term regulatory framework. Colleagues, international competition on renewable hydrogen is gathering speed. This is an excellent news for all of us, for our collective goal commitment to climate neutrality, and means it's time to accelerate investments and policy decisions, concentrating our efforts and resources where each one can be more competitive or make a greatest contribution. Here in Europe, we have a highly qualified workforce, proven capacity for innovation and competitive, abundant renewable energy sources. And in our view, that means we should focus on the following priorities. As other colleagues mentioned, we need to scale up electrolyzers manufacturing, reducing their costs and increasing their efficiency. Adapting processes and industries and sectors which currently consume fossil fuels or fossil hydrogen to renewable hydrogen, and replacing fossil fuels in hard-to-abate transport, such as shipping or aviation, with renewable hydrogen fuels. And fourthly, I would like to stress that we also need to explore the full potential of renewable hydrogen for energy storage. If we want to have more generation by renewables, we need to think about this as a vector for storage and also for sector integration. This view is totally coherent with the last report of the World Energy Transition Outlook published by IRENA very recently. Colleagues, I believe we need to walk this pathway with as much determination as caution. I believe we need to acknowledge the existing uncertainties regarding the emerging hydrogen market and plan very carefully how our hydrogen network will serve as a reliable demand, ensuring investments and decisions are climate neutrally compatible. If we want to develop a strong, efficient hydrogen value chain, we need to avoid building unnecessary infrastructures. To that end, I believe, as the Spanish hydrogen roadmap prioritizes, that we need a strategy based on clusters, on valleys, and matching supply with local demand, ensuring a growing geography of hydrogen based on credible demands. This means that you should avoid the temptation of mirroring natural gas regulatory framework when building the new one more flexible for green hydrogen. Instead, we propose a gradual approach to the regulation of hydrogen infrastructure to guarantee both stability and competitiveness. Next slide, please. In this one, I would like to stress the important question today about the market, the $1 million question today, how to build a global hydrogen market. I would like to mention a few important elements. First one, I believe we need a robust system of guarantees of origin at the EU level for 1% renewable hydrogen. Second, we need a transparent methodology to measure the carbon footprint of hydrogen along the life cycle from production to end use. Thirdly, we need to make sure when importing third countries comply with identical EU requirements for hydrogen production. That means that we need to ensure something very relevant for all of us is the level playing field and prevent carbon leakage. Colleagues, let's make very, very clear, low carbon hydrogen is not the same as renewable hydrogen. Transparency, it's a founding pillar of well-functioning markets. We believe the upcoming revision of the Renewable Energy Directive must exclusively grant leveling to renewable hydrogen. Spain has been following this strategy with good steps in the framework of our recovery plan. We have spent the last months, all of us, our colleagues, developing those plans. We are going to allocate 1.5 billion euros on this industrial ecosystem. There is a very intense appetite among the private investors. At least we have seen that in Spain. Indeed, we have received around 500 project proposals in our first call for interest. Let us work together, collaborate together, and grasp this historic opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. It was perfectly clear in your presentation. And I have a small question for you, which is that, how is Spain addressing the challenges of sustainable decarbonization process and the transition to green energy in your Spanish islands?
Joao, thank you very much for the question. In Spain, as you may know, we have more than 3 million people living in islands. We are working very intensively with regional governments to design and build their respective roadmaps for decarbonization. The high external dependence that we see in Europe is even more obvious on the islands, which still rely very much on fossil fuels, which that affects many different things, but air quality is one concern for us, but also the energy prices and competitiveness. So far, development of renewables on Iceland has been focused on electricity, but the dependence is still very high when we think about end users. I believe renewable hydrogen can play a key role in the decarbonization of islands, addressing various challenges at the same time. The first one, renewable hydrogen, is an enabler for integration of green power, allowing to make the most of renewable generation whenever the resource is available, even in the context of low interconnection between islands or with mainland. That means we need to prioritize electrolysis when is a very excess of generation. Secondly, I think this sector coupling allows us to address decarbonization on other uses, other sectors beyond electricity. That's mean transport, heating, cooling, and industrial uses, as I mentioned before. Islands provide an ideal setting to showcase the model that we in Spain are putting forward for the development of this new energy vector, matching supply with local demand. I think that's very important. And finally, I think these territories can be used as a pilot laboratories. That means we can test, we can gain experience on this technology before it's full deployed. Spain is already testing these projects with renewable hydrogen, with a green highland in Mallorca. It's the first EU-funded renewable hydrogen project that we have in a Mediterranean country. Well, this is one first step that we are taking. I would like to follow this example and look at all the mature projects that we can see with high potential to decarbonize these singular settings that are the islands. To that end, let me just deliver one final message today. It's the ongoing revision of the TENE regulation, which we think it's something very important, and it's a very good place to recognize the potential of islands to decarbonize our economies and to very efficiently make progress for our EU targets. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Joao. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Sara. Gracias. We have very fair competition and full cooperation. Well, our last and fourth speaker today is Claude Turmes from Luxembourg. Luxembourg is a strong, committed country on decarbonization and renewable energy. It is also a green and low-carbon hydrogen producer, consumer, and importer. And Claude Turmes is an old colleague from me in the European Council. He was a member of the European Parliament. He became vice president of the parliamentary group of the Green Party, and he is now the Minister for Energy and the Minister for Special Planning in Luxembourg since 2018. Hello, Claude. We're expecting to hear from you.
Hello, Joao. I'm calling from Luxembourg. It's a bit of a strange day because we had snow during the night, so it's also showing that even if we are in the age of climate change, you can sometimes have days where the temperature goes in a different direction. So first, our aim in Luxembourg is not to build a hydrogen economy, but to have the fastest possible decarbonization, doing it in an energy efficient way and with the lowest societal risk, which means 100% renewables and a clear no to the nuclear option. Efficiency means that direct electrification will be very important. It will be the most important part for the decarbonization, and we have good news from technology breakthroughs be it in heat pumps for the heating sector, but also for part of industrial processes, and also in the car sector, where I think Elon Musk and VW are not building hydrogen cars, but they are building electric battery cars, because that is the most environmental friendly and the most efficient solution. So where should the priorities be today? I think the first priority should be to get rid of fossil-produced hydrogen in the refineries, in other parts of the chemical industry. And I think EU Commission needs to have a thorough thinking about what to do in the ETS reforms, which will be on the table early of June, to stimulate that the hydrogen which is today used in this industry, but which is fossil-based, will have an incentive to go over to a renewable-based hydrogen. Then the second thing is building up a reliable demand for green hydrogen. And I see three basically conditions for that. First is we have to be serious. Affordable green hydrogen will only be produced from countries where you have competitive renewable sources. So in Europe, this is the Iberic Island, it is Scandinavia, it could be the offshore wind in the North Sea, in the Baltic Sea, maybe in the Black Sea. And a country like mine in Luxembourg, so we have our renewables are much too expensive to be a big green hydrogen producer. So we will be probably much bigger an importer of green hydrogen than an own producer. And we are ready to cooperate with countries like Portugal. And one thing which the Commission needs to clarify is, can we cooperate on green hydrogen while using the existing cooperation mechanisms which we have in the Renewable Directive? Portugal has sent a letter to Commission on this weeks ago, and I think it would be good to have an answer from Commission if the existing cooperation mechanisms in the Renewable Directive can be used, so that we can, as Luxembourg, cooperate with Portugal and other countries which have cheap renewables. Second thing is bringing the cost of electrolyzers down. This is the most important question for the future of green hydrogen. And in that respect, I hope that everybody is aware that investing money into blue hydrogen will not help us at all, because blue hydrogen is coming neither from renewable electricity, nor is it electrolyzers. It's gas reforming. So this money will definitely not help us to bring down the costs for renewables. And then third, and that is what Sarah explained, I think very well, is we need a transparent system, because private investors will only be interested to go deep into the green hydrogen market if there is a full transparency. So low carbon hydrogen is not a green hydrogen. So in the Renewable Directive, this directive should stay a renewable only directive, and we should not give in to the nuclear lobby to introduce low carbon hydrogen, which we would confuse enormously private investors all over Europe. Good. And the third thing is infrastructure. So I'm really doubtful if we should mix very sophisticated and expensive champagne, so green hydrogen, with lemonade in a big pipeline. So the beauty of hydrogen of green hydrogen is its chemical value, and you would completely lose this by mixing it into a gas pipeline. So I think at the end we will need a dedicated pipeline system. We would need electrolyzers at strategic places, also in combination with the electricity system. And in that respect, we are pushing for getting electrolyzers, big electrolyzers, into the 10E regulation, because that's the only way to get a locational signal to placing electrolyzers in a way that they make also sense in the overall electricity system. Then everybody seems to agree that the first green hydrogen will emerge in the harbors, so in Antwerp, in Rotterdam, in Hamburg. But then the question is, how do we bring this hydrogen down to Luxembourg or Wallonia to Saarland? So how do we build up a pipeline network from the harbors to the landlocked parts of Europe? And then, of course, the second important question for me is the Iberic island, both Spain and Portugal, will be a very competitive place to produce green hydrogen. So the question is, will France be ready or will partner with you to build a dedicated green hydrogen pipeline through France to bring this cheaper green hydrogen from the Iberic island up to Luxembourg and Belgium, to northern France, to Germany. So I think that is one of the key questions we have to address also in the TANI, these dedicated green hydrogen pipelines. And then, of course, because that will take some years, for me, the day where I get the go from Commission to use the Renewable Cooperation regime to buy a ship from green hydrogen from Portugal, which lands in Antwerp, then still the question is, how do I bring it from Antwerp to Luxembourg as long as there is no pipelines? And so what I want also is a bit more thinking about, can inland shipping be a way to bring larger quantities of green hydrogen from harbors to the landlocked parts of Europe in the years where we still not have yet a dedicated pipeline system? So that's a question which I have more than an answer on this part.
Thank you, Claude. Believe me, I have answers to some of your questions, but it's not my role here today. And also thank you for reminding our letter to the Commission. I do believe that the answer to that letter from the Commission is really important. It's crucial to have a fair market for green hydrogen inside the European Union. But I have a question for you. In the frame of Luxembourg's commitment for hydrogen deployment, how are the national key challenges being addressed to face the hydrogen market?
So what we want to do is to have a stable regime in Europe for demand, so that I can do call for tenders for certified green hydrogen coming, for example, from Portugal then to Luxembourg. So I think it's important that the new state aid guidelines enable this kind of and define this new markets, this new market of certified green hydrogen. So that is what I need to get a stable import regime to bring the green hydrogen to Luxembourg. And the other thing which we are doing is we are now working with our industry to identify which processes in our industry, which are today still on fossil, can go on direct electrification. So big, large-scale large-scale heat pumps, and which parts will go to will have to go to green hydrogen, so that I have a better idea about which volumes we speak. And the second important question for Luxembourg is we are a big transit countries for lorries. And so for me, it's important, or for Luxembourg, it's important to understand which share do we expect on the trucks to be battery electric, and which part will be hydrogen, because then we need to put in place the infrastructure. So if it goes battery electric, we need to come up with big superchargers for lorries, and I think that is the most likely scenario. And if there is some expectations for hydrogen-run trucks, then we need also now to think about to build up this infrastructure, because in 5-6 years, then maybe we need to have this infrastructure ready. So that's the two key questions for Luxembourg: a stable European tender regime so that I can buy certified green hydrogen. And the second thing is having a better feeling in which sectors hydrogen will be important in Luxembourg.
Well, thank you, Claude. I will also say thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Elizabeth. We will conclude this first panel. I think that it's very obvious from these 4 different pronunciations that the countries in the European Union are, most of them, very aligned and very committed with green hydrogen and with the hydrogen strategy. Yes, we have some different opinions, but the same commitment around this new source for energy. Thank you so much, and we will have a break for 5 minutes, and we will continue during the day. Thank you.
The room will now be disinfected, and we will resume the session in a few minutes. the energy production use system and the deep decarbonization of its subsystems must play a significant role to Europe's recovery after COVID-19. Robust guidance directing capital flows to sustainable investments is critical to fight the climate and economic crisis, accelerating the energy transition. Hydrogen is crucial in such a decarbonization process, moving fast all over the world and in multiple forms to facilitate an effective and sustainable energy system integration. To tell us about the challenges and opportunities in the hydrogen global market, I welcome the following speakers. Molly Johnson, Assistant Deputy Minister, Low Carbon Energy Sector of Canada, Francesco La Camera, Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, Yorgo Chatzimarkakis, Secretary General of Hydrogen Europe, and Ricardo Mourinho Felix, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. As the host of this session, João Galamba, Deputy Minister and Secretary of State of Energy, has the floor.
With the Assistant Deputy Minister of Canada, Molly Johnson, to talk us a little bit about the role that Canada is playing and the challenges and opportunities that Canada sees in the hydrogen field. So Molly, you have the floor. Thank you. We have to skip the first speaker. We will start with Francesco La Camera, who is the Director General of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. IRENA has been a key player in the entire renewable field, and now it has a set of publications and that assume a certain set of compromises regarding hydrogen, and it's one of the key institutions in promoting renewables in general. So I will, Francesco La Camera, you have the floor. Thank you.
Dear Minister, dear João, first let me thank the Portuguese presidency for having me and IRENA in this important conference. This conference marks the unprecedented momentum toward the energy transition as has been taking place in the last 2 years. More than half of the global CO2 emissions are now from countries with a net zero goal, and over 170 countries have renewable targets. Support is not only from governments, but widespread across business, cities, and investors. This momentum is unstoppable. However, a lot needs to be done to translate this into action fast enough to decarbonize the energy system by 2050, as requested by the IPCC 1.5 report. In the preview of our World Energy Transition Outlook, we show that how the energy system of the future will be based on renewable and complemented by green hydrogen and modern bioenergy, along with high energy efficiency and a large electrification of the system. Combined, this solution represents about 90% of CO2 emissions reduction potential from energy and process emission. Renewables are already the most competitive source of electricity in many parts of the world. They were also resilient to the demand fluctuation from COVID-19. IRENA released new capacity numbers on Monday, just 2 days ago, and 2020 was a record year with 260 gigawatt added despite the crisis. This is 82% of all new electricity capacity added, fossil fuel and nuclear included, and 80 gigawatt more renewable than the last year, 2019. This indicates strong business case of renewable power. And hydrogen represents the link between the low cost of renewable power and the sectors that are hard to electrify, such as heavy industry, long-haul transport. Green hydrogen offers multiple opportunities. One is it also enables the achievement of several policy targets: industrial competitiveness for regions that have invested in hydrogen technologies, economic growth and job creation, and energy security to satisfy energy needs domestically while provide climate solution. It offers new possibilities to countries. It can turn today energy importers into exporters of hydrogen and related technologies. It can provide an alternative to fossil fuel dependent countries to diversify and contribute to the energy transition. It can be used in multiple applications across the entire energy system, depending on local conditions. It is versatile and can be converted into other energy carriers that are more suitable for specific use. For instance, ammonia for ships, synthetic fuels for aviation, or as feedstock for the chemical industry. Ammonia can also play an important role in global trade, given that it has high energy density, does not require carbon, and boasts low transport losses. Hydrogen naturally does not come without challenges. First, it has limited use today outside industry. This means that any deployment needs a coordinated end-to-end solution where supply, infrastructure, and end use are deployed in tandem. This increases the risk and the initial investment and requires the participation of a broader set of stakeholders that are more difficult to coordinate. Second, policy supports need to shift from the historical focus on the road transport to electrolysis, heavy industry, aviation, and shipping. Strategies published in the last couple of months recognize these needs. But it has yet to translate into actual policy instruments that promote hydrogen uptake in these end uses. Especially international shipping and aviation present a challenge, given they fall outside the jurisdiction of any single country. Third, every conversion step in the hydrogen value chain carries energy losses, which means any additional hydrogen use requires additional power. This, of course, also impacts capacity expansion of renewables. The limitation is not renewables potential, but the annual pace of deployment. This is why hydrogen should only be used for those sectors that are hard to abate and not for sectors where other solutions, as I listened to tunes before, that would be other solutions will be more efficient. Thank you for your attention. Back to you.
Thank you, Francesco. One short follow-up question. How is IRENA addressing the technological competition between regarding hydrogen production in the transition from grey to green sources? And how do you see the competition between blue hydrogen and green hydrogen?
This is a very important and timely question. So green hydrogen requires two things to become competitive: a low electricity price and a low electrolyzer cost. The trend towards a low electricity price is already underway, with solar PV levelized cost of energy decreasing by over 80% and onshore wind by almost 40%, and this over the last decade. This trend in renewable power will continue, so prices are going to decrease again. When it comes to the electrolyzer cost, we'll look at in details at the strategy that can bring this cost down. Innovation can improve performance. Technologies that are free from rare materials or with a large reduction from today's levels will be key for scaling up electrolyzers to the multi-gigawatt scale. Leverage economies of scale by increasing the module size and reducing the cost contribution from the balance of plant and auxiliary equipment. Economy of scale can also be achieved during the manufacturing of the stacks. Achieving a scale of around 1 gigawatt per year could already lead to increased manufacturing automation and reduction of the fixed cost for unit manufactured. We can also standardize the design, optimize the supply chain while learning from and replicating best practice in deployment. Applying this strategy could enable a capital cost reduction, ARENA estimate, of 40% in the short term and up to 80% in the long term. The best location in the world that achieve renewable electricity cost of $15 per megawatt, and this happen already in many countries, including Portugal, will be able to produce green hydrogen for less than $2 per kilogram in the coming decade, and less than $1 per kilogram before 2040, with an ambitious electrolyzer deployment. Of course, what is possible will depend on the enabling framework, and ARENA has developed a guide to help navigate this nascent policy space. So back to you, and always I like to say that ARENA is ready to discuss with you and with interested stakeholders how to develop the new hydrogen economy. Thank you very much. Thanks to you.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Now we are going to go back to our first speaker, to Molly Johnson, Assistant Deputy Minister of Low Carbon Energy Sector and Natural Resources of Canada. Molly, you can take the floor.
Good morning. So it's an early morning. You can see here from Canada. I just turned on my my lights in my room, and I expect we'll probably see the sunrise as we go through the panel here. But I think that's actually the perfect backdrop as we bear witness to hydrogen's shining moment. Mr. Galamba, congratulations to you, to Portugal, your leaders and your senior officials during your presidency of the Council of the EU. You've done a tremendous job hosting us virtually, and your hardworking permanent representative in Brussels, Ambassador Nuno Brito, and his team continue to be great friends to Canada. And speaking of friends, I would also like to pass along the very high regards and regrets of my minister, the Honourable Seamus O'Regan. He very much wanted to be here with us today. Canada believes that hydrogen's time has come. We know that our net zero future will be powered by three equally important pathways: more clean power like hydro and wind, more clean fuels like hydrogen, and using less energy through energy efficiency. In fact, we know that by 2050, as much as 30% of our energy can come from hydrogen. Just this past December, the Government of Canada launched our hydrogen strategy, and it's part of our plan to exceed our 2030 climate targets and achieve net zero by 2050. It's a call to action for governments, for business and Indigenous communities to seize the economic and environmental opportunities that clean hydrogen presents. And it positions Canada as a supplier of choice to the world for the clean hydrogen and the hydrogen technologies that support it. The strategy also points to the imperative of strategic partnerships and international collaboration to grow our domestic opportunities and supply global markets. And we're really busy at work bilaterally with Portugal, other European partners, Japan and Morocco. Just a few weeks ago, my minister signed a memorandum of understanding on energy cooperation with his counterpart in Germany, and hydrogen featured as a linchpin of our cooperation. Multilaterally, work is actively underway. We just heard from Irina. We need initiatives like the Clean Energy Ministerial Initiative on Hydrogen and the work of the international community so that we can tackle common challenges and make this market a high-functioning opportunity and reality. And as we embark on implementing the recommendations outlined in Canada's hydrogen strategy, I would flag that we're really starting from a position of strength. Canada offers a compelling value proposition that, when combined with our record on environmental performance, solidifies the strong case for investing in Canada. This is the part where I get to talk a little bit about some of the great things about Canada, but I got to tell you, we believe it. We have a slow, stable, and predictable economic environment and fundamentals, the lowest corporate tax rate on new business investment in the G7. We have free trade agreements with over 2/3 of the global economy, and that gives investors preferential access to those markets. We have one of the soundest banking systems worldwide with the lowest non-performing loans in the G7. We have a fair and transparent and predictable regulatory system with concrete legislated timelines. That predictability is really important and the certainty is key when folks are investing. Strong intellectual property protections, big for the IP that comes with hydrogen and comes from Canadian IP and technology, and proximity to growing demand centers. We're also really rich in the feedstocks that produce hydrogen. Our energy and clean technology sectors are strong, and our geographic assets position Canada very well in global trade markets. Just as an example, and one that I know is quite close to my minister's heart, our East Coast can produce hydrogen using our renewable hydro resources, which could be transported across the Atlantic to Europe to meet demand and strengthen energy security. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, Adelphi released a study that shows we can provide 25 to 35 megatons of clean hydrogen to Europe every year. And Canada has the pace-setting technology and history of success to build on. I think most folks here are familiar with the fuel cell electric buses using Canadian technology. They're on the roads in several European cities. Canada-based Hydrogen Optimized is partnering with Europe's ABB to develop large-scale electrolyzers. And train manufacturer Alstom has partnered with Cummins this is where my Hydrogenics to develop and deploy commuter trains powered by hydrogen. We're investing in our clean hydrogen production capacity and taking early actions to prepare for export. It's been really great to already see a lot of investment happening in Canada, and it's just, we're seeing this energy transition accelerate. At the same time, we really do know that we need additional foreign direct investment to advance progress and set up the infrastructure to meet growing global demand. And many of our European partners are looking for reassurances that they can secure a stable and reliable supply of hydrogen for the medium and long term. And they're also looking to Canada for this. So just maybe to conclude, I would say that we, Canada, stand ready to work with Portugal and Europe and Japan and Morocco and the world to harness our combined will, expertise, and financial resources to fully seize the opportunities that hydrogen presents and create a cleaner future together. We're really happy to be here. I'm happy to be here as part of this discussion, and thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, Molly. It's great to see a country such as Canada so committed to the decarbonization and also to hydrogen, of course. And just a quick follow-up question. In the case of Canada, and being a relevant world player in terms of fossil fuel production, what are the perspectives and the challenges for such a country in the transition to a green economy in general and to green hydrogen in particular?
It's a great question. Thank you for asking it, and it's one that we get a lot. I would say that the energy transition is a tremendous opportunity for Canada, and we're starting from a good position in terms of our resource advantage, our commitment to exceeding our Paris goals, and to net zero by 2050. I mentioned briefly that Canada launched its Strength and Climate Plan in November 2020, and that really lays out how we're going to exceed our targets by 2030. There's a lot of dates in here. We also have released our hydrogen strategy in December 2020. I think what's important and the sort of a message I'd like to leave folks with is that it's an achievable and practical plan, both the hydrogen strategy and the Strength and Climate Plan. And what we're focused on is chasing emissions. And this is important to hydrogen. It's important to our oil and gas sector, because what we're doing is really focused on helping our industrial sectors find those opportunities to decarbonize through measures like electrification, use of more clean fuels, through energy efficiency, so that the processes that we use in Canada do have the lowest emissions intensity. We are taking an all-in approach. There was a study released by the Institute for Climate Choices it has been stood up. This institute's been stood up about a year ago in Canada, and they really talk about safe bets and wild cards when talking about the technologies that we need to look at. And we know that we need to advance those safe bets like interties and electrification, but we also need to really be looking at those wild cards. And for Canada, that means the hydrogen, the small modular reactors, and all those technologies that we know we might need to rely on, or we will need to rely on to get us to our cleaner future. And I would say the third thing, as we're considering this, is taking a people-centered approach and looking at an inclusive transition that builds on the skills that we have. So putting this into the context of hydrogen and what this means in a very practical way, we know that we have one of the world's cleanest electricity grids, and we've made a commitment to make it cleaner. So we can harness these significant renewable resources, our world-leading nuclear technology, which is non-emitting, and all to lever and produce clean hydrogen via electrolysis. We have abundant biomass feedstocks from forestry, agriculture, municipal waste, and this can be converted into clean fuels. And the synergies between our oil and gas sector and hydrogen are strong. And so we can use these reserves to produce extremely low carbon hydrogen by pairing it with our world-leading CCUS. So we take all of these things and then we marry it up with the skills of our energy workers, which is deep and long, and then figure out the opportunities to support those people in moving to some of these emerging energy sectors, and also building a workforce that is more inclusive and benefits from the diversity of perspectives that are in our society. So maybe I'll end there.
Thank you very much, Molly. Excellent. And now we move to our third speaker, Yorgo Chatzimarkakis, the Secretary General of Hydrogen Europe. Hydrogen Europe is one of the strongest promoters of hydrogen. It represents an association that represents more than 220 industrial companies, as well as 26 national associations. It partners with the European Commission in the fuel cell hydrogen joint undertaking. And so, Yorgo, you have the floor. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Many thanks, Minister João, and congratulations to this excellent lineup and to the core of the conference, how to overcome these barriers. We just have heard by Molly Johnson, by Canada, it's a superpower when it comes to fuel cells globally. And I'm absolutely sure, João, that Portugal will become a superpower when it comes to the production of hydrogen. But how can we get there? I would like to click, I hope you can see this here. This is the vision of the production of renewable energy and direct use for hydrogen. And many of the ministers in the first round have exactly that vision in mind. And Portugal will definitely feature among the countries in that direction. But how to get there? Because we have a wonderful hydrogen strategy now by the European Commission that has been backed also by you, the ministers, by the Council. It has been backed by the ITRE Committee of the European Parliament, and we expect that it will be supported also by the plenary. But now it's time to implement this. Now it's time to act. And that is why we produced, and we would like to present in this minute, and it will be published right now on the website of Hydrogen Europe, the Hydrogen Act. And João, many, many thanks for giving us the opportunity also to say a few words about this. The Hydrogen Act should put in place a fit-for-purpose legislative regime to govern hydrogen and hydrogen networks. It should remove the barriers to hydrogen investment. It should create a level playing field with other net zero technologies. And it should promote a harmonized approach to hydrogen via the development of this Hydrogen Act, which is not a single piece of legislation, but it's like an umbrella. And if we want, as an EU, to seize the unique opportunity to develop an economy in Europe, a hydrogen economy in Europe, as well as a blueprint for the global regulation, we should go into that direction. Now, how does the Hydrogen Act look like? So basically, it encompasses, on one hand, legislative regulatory activities for infrastructure and for the creation of a market. And it sees 3 phases: the kickstart phase from now until 25, the ramp-up phase 25 to 35, and then the market growth phase as of 35. Let's start with the infrastructure and let's see how we need to use the elements we have at hand in that kickstart phase. Fast tracking of initial projects that achieve the European 1 million ton target are an important element. So fast tracking, I'll come back to it, but also we will see captive production, blending, hydrogen valleys, and the IPCIs, where not only your government, João, is very active, the IPCIs, the important projects of common European interest that have been launched 17th of December last year, and of course pipelines. During the ramp-up phase, we will see that hydrogen valleys will build up and will be also connected by a pan-European hydrogen backbone infrastructure that started already to be implemented in the Netherlands and also in parts of Germany. We will see also blending of hydrogen with natural gas as a transition technology. And then in the market growth phase, we will see that that there will be a large part of the natural gas infrastructure converted into hydrogen infrastructure. What about the market roadmap? Again, during the kickstart phase, we will see a fast tracking of initial projects, also achieving this 1 million ton target enshrined in the European hydrogen strategy. When it comes to the ramp up, we will see different elements to stimulate production and demand, but I'll describe that on a different chart. And later on, after 35, we will see a market growth due to a transition to a regular market for energy commodities. Francesco mentioned already ammonia as one important element. Now, during this kickstart phase, let's see what could happen, what will happen in the market. And Portugal is an extremely well-placed example of how it could work. Congratulations to cracking the world record in auctioning renewable energies, solar energy. And also my congratulations to try now, and João, you might explain, to try now to connect this to hydrogen. So how can funding and how can this market ramp up look like? So we believe that in that first kickstart phase, the funding plays a fundamental role. We heard about the dedicated state aid guidelines for hydrogen that will be relaxed also. There will be IPCIs, I mentioned that, also with the use of state aid. Your minister mentioned already the Recovery and Resilience Funds, and also the ETS Innovation Fund, the Connecting Europe Facility, Horizon Europe, and the next partnership, the Clean Hydrogen for Europe partnership, will play a role. When it comes to the volume that needs to be scaled up, we need to have CapEx and OpEx in mind. We need also to think about, for some time at least, 100% funding, and there should be a threshold for hydrogen technologies to be notified around 200 million. And the procedures, of course, need to be faster and simpler. Let's look at one very important tool that has been mentioned already by some ministers, the guarantees of origin. They are an essential tool to help to underpin the market development during that phase. Hydrogen should be seen as a distinct energy carrier and vector, by the way, because it can store energy, separate from electricity and gas. This is important, and I listened very carefully to what Kadri Simpson said in the very beginning. The guarantees of origin should include the primary energy source and the GHG footprint, also mentioned by ministers. We believe as Hydrogen Europe that there should be 5 T's governing that scheme. These guarantees of origin should be trackable, traceable, tradable. They should be transparent and ultimately trustworthy. So the GOs need to be kept to capture the attributes resulting from different production pathways. And in the end, this goes into the direction of Canada, an international guarantee of origin system is required for the import and export of hydrogen. Let us look at the ramp-up phase, what will happen then. We think that having a distinction between smaller production and bigger production is important. For bigger production, auctions that have been tested all over the globe and very successfully by your government, João, will play a big role. We could imagine that 100 megawatt could be the threshold for this. For the smaller amounts, a set production tariff mechanism could be the right tool to be chosen, fixed over a time period and based on the hydrogen production cost, the market price of replaced fuel and carbon price. This is for the supply side. On the demand side, we will see carbon contracts for difference, very, very important element that gives us flexibility. In some cases, we might see quotas and targets, for instance, in steel or ammonia production for fertilizers, and not only. We will possibly see also a carbon border adjustment mechanism to be developed in order to have also a regulation on imported goods, and we will see hydrogen transition investment support. For the last phase here, for the last phase, the market growth phase, we will see after 35 a very, very normal price setting mechanism relying on demand supply forces. Auctions will still play a role, and that is why it's so important to see at the moment already how all this develops and how all this goes together. I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, thank you, Jorgo, for again such a lively and informative presentation. Just a quick follow-up question: what do you see are the barriers in the global interplay from moving from grey to green hydrogen? Are they technological? Is it a question of market design? And is it a question of policy? A mix of all of the previous ones? What is your view on that?
It's indeed a mix, but technology-wise, we are not bad. We have heard that electrolyzer technology plays a big role, and that's true, but it's only 20% of the cost of hydrogen. And this is the real barrier. It's still the cost. 80% of the cost have to do with the production of the electricity, which is why Portugal is so well suited, being wind and sun-rich. But we heard about Morocco. We heard about the sun-rich belt in Northern Africa. This all will play a very, very important role. I listened carefully to Claude Thomas, my good old friend, who mentioned the term of champagne. Indeed, the price of hydrogen at the moment as the biggest barrier is in the range of champagne. It needs to go down to Prosecco, to give also a hint to Francesco La Camera being in Italian, but later on it will be table water. And that is what we want to achieve during the next 10 to 12 years, to bring it really down to that price in order to make it a commodity. So price as the biggest factor, and of course then the carbon content. The carbon content and how to measure it, that will be the new currency, that will be the big, I would say, problem that we need to overcome. And I was quite fascinated by many elements that the ministers mentioned in the first meeting, in the first session here, to overcome this. So this encourages us for the next months to work hard on, GHG footprint, carbon footprint, to have a clear measurement that makes this then easier to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorgo. Now we'll move to our fourth and final speaker, Ricardo Mourinho Felix, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. The European Investment Bank is Europe's climate bank, and we've had in this panel the view of a large producing country, a very important multilateral governmental organization, now the industry representatives, but none of this will happen without the intervention of financial markets, banks and financial institutions, and of course the European Investment Bank will be a key player in enabling all of this. So Ricardo, thank you. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks to the Portuguese presidency and to you, João, for the kind invitation. As you correctly presented, Portugal, the EIB is the EU bank and is the EU climate bank. And as EU climate bank, we are really committed to move forward on decarbonization and to reach the Paris Agreement targets. But to this, we need a source of production of energy that is massive enough to allow for the elimination of our energy systems based on fossil fuels. And green hydrogen is, in our view, the most promising technology to produce such an amount of energy we need, in particular to eliminate hard-to-abate emissions from transport and from manufacturing sector. But for this, we need to make green hydrogen competitive enough. And to make it competitive enough, I would say that there are two sides. One side is the technology. As we heard from all the participants in the panel, the technology is moving forward. It's there, but it needs to be developed in terms of a large-scale production, in terms of storage, transport networks, and the investment is massive. We are speaking about investing close to 500 billion up to 2030, which is a huge amount of investment, and it cannot come from only the public sector. We need to have the public sector, the private sector, and to align all the incentives for work together and to have these partnerships. The other side is how we price carbon and how we make the prices of carbon big and large enough to account for internalizing all the externalities, all the costs of pollution that we are putting in the atmosphere to produce fossil fuel-based energy. So in that dimension, we are supporting at the EIB research and development in hydrogen transformation and in application technologies. And this is very important for the EIB as a contribution to the EU objectives, but is also very important for Europe as a whole in order to ensure its autonomy, strategic autonomy in terms of energy, and to contribute to a much better world for our children. So that said, this is risky. Risky in the sense that technology needs to be still to be developed. There's still a way in front of us that will take years, and that is not exempt from risks. So we need to reduce risk as much as possible. To reduce risk, we need the right policies, we need the commitment of the EU and of the member state governments, and we need a very clear regulatory framework. We don't need a complex one, we don't need a very large one. We need a clear and stable regulatory framework. And that's the momentum. In July 2020, the EU announced an ambitious hydrogen strategy, and we welcome also the proposal to update the trans-European networks for energy to include battery and green hydrogen energy storage. And that's key. On clean hydrogen, a number of member states jump forward, and Portugal is among these member states, with Germany, with France, with the Netherlands, and we'd like to congratulate Portugal on its national hydrogen plan, which is one of the most detailed and ambitious, with a commitment of 7 to 9 billion euros for investment till 2030, and will today sign up with the Portuguese government an MOU to establish a framework for institutional cooperation such that we keep working together and we make we move forward as fast as possible with Portugal and with as many countries as they want us to be involved. So the EIB has a role as a catalyst in these investments. In our energy lending policy, we have clear role for hydrogen. Till now, we have supported close to 2 billion euros of projects involving hydrogen over the last 8 years, and we have a robust pipeline of 1 billion that will be deployed over the next few years. But we are also on advisory, and that's an important role to bring everybody together. We have advisory agreements with the Hydrogen Council, with France Hydrogène. We are in discussions with Eurgo and with the Hydrogen Europe to set up similar agreements, and we have technical and financial experience through project and advisory teams. And helping innovators, helping governments to put together projects in a way that can attract financing. And that's a very important role of the IB that those that work with us benefit. Is we have a team of engineers, of environmental specialists, of economists that allow us to bring the technology and the financing together such that we crowd in private funding. And that's something very, very important for hydrogen. Since we need to have a very robust pipeline of public projects that bring private investors with enough amount of funding and to move forward this big project of green hydrogen. DIB can provide the required push. So low carbon hydrogen ecosystems need to replace fossil fuels. This requires a huge amount of investment, and DIB has the experience to deal with projects not only on hydrogen but on energy, but more broadly on the different areas of research and development. So bringing forward further technology progress, we are there, and we are there providing financing. The bank has accompanied multiple companies in R&D, in innovation activities in the energy area, but also in life science. We have supported with 100 million euros BioNTech for the development of what was the first vaccine for COVID, and we are always in the lead. The bank has a role, and I would say it's a very important and different role from other financiers in the market. We have a characteristic that makes us very different. We are the most patient institution, and patience, I would say, it's one of the most valuable production factors that exists. Yesterday we heard President Biden saying to Americans that time is of the essence. It's this time, it's this patience that we need to move forward and to do transitions in everything that is really, really important in our lives. And hydrogen, it's part of this green transition. Let me conclude by saying that we need to act and to work together within active coordination among EU institutions, national governments and industry. And we are doing this with the European Commission, with the Portuguese government, with other governments, with the Portuguese presidency, with the participants in the market, with the investors in green technologies, to bring all the amount of funding and the amount of technology that we need to make this dream come true. We need to build hydrogen production, storage, distribution links across the whole EU. It's a full EU project that we are putting in place. In November 2020, the European Commission launched the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance. This brings together industry, public authorities and civil society. That's a very important example of what this acting together means. Hydrogen projects are in a list of important projects of common European interest, and this allows for a very important role of public sector. And public sector is key in all these long-term projects that involve risk and involve cash flows, returns that will come in the long or in the medium to long future, because we need the public sector to ensure this patience. So higher risk finance instruments with the European Commission are very helpful in addressing these projects. We have significant technical and market risks still in front of us, but to think that EIB, and with the help of EIB, we can share risk and make these projects that are not yet mature but that is maturing to become bankable, to become able to be financed by both public and private institutions. And that EIB, let me conclude by saying that EIB is committed to continue to support investments, and clean hydrogen is clear, it's very important for us, and it's the big thing that we'll have over the next years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. Just a very quick follow-up question. How is the EIB addressing the issue of sustainable finance pertaining to hydrogen and the hydrogen economy?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, at the EIB, we are building a new energy system with green hydrogen as a key part of this. The EU Green Deal gives the political steering. The EIB, as the EU bank, developed the climate bank roadmap and the energy lending policy, putting the need to have non-fossil fuel based massive energy production technology to allow for the elimination of carbon emissions and putting at the center of our strategy the importance of low carbon gases. We are committed to support investments. The taxonomy is being now further detailed, and it's important that it's clear and provides enough assurance to investors that they are investing in something that is less risky, that is mostly about technical risks, but that eliminates regulatory risks. And we need to have a value chain approach. And that's the type of approach that we have at the EIB, starting from the production of green hydrogen, to the transport of the hydrogen, to the end users, and contributing, and that's an important part, to create also a green capital market union that may allow this funding to be spread all over EU and to have liquid markets that allow for funding these projects at the cheapest possible funding costs. So political support is key. Partnerships between public and private are key. And for EIB, let me conclude by saying this, it's an historical opportunity for the EU bank to have a very important role in EU policy that is key for the future of our children, for the strategic autonomy of Europe, and to deal with something that goes not only in Europe and beyond. And we also have a role in moving this not from beyond EU borders to Africa, to Latin America. We are already working on that. So we see this as a very big and clear project, and we are really committed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we finish our second panel here. Now we'll have a 10-minute break and we'll return with more discussion. Thank you very much, and I hope to have you back. Bye-bye.
O segundo é assegurar a promoção da eficiência energética em todos os setores, sendo esta uma opção basilar para a concretização dos objetivos europeus em linha com o Acordo de Paris, bem como uma das formas mais eficazes e justas de assegurar a transição para uma economia neutra em carbono. O terceiro, e neste quadro, é que é incontornável maximizar o potencial das renováveis e de um sistema energético descentralizado através do fomento do autoconsumo e das comunidades energéticas. Em quarto lugar, encorajar o debate em torno do hidrogénio verde e dos mecanismos de apoio para a criação de um verdadeiro mercado para este hidrogénio. Em quinto, concretizar a vaga de renovação, que pode ter um papel crucial na recuperação da economia, apoiando a reabilitação de edifícios, contribuindo para a melhoria da eficiência energética, apoiando a economia circular e promovendo o bem-estar e a inclusão social, combatendo, por fim, a pobreza energética. Em sexto, a criação de condições para o armazenamento, as smart grids e as interligações, que são essenciais para sustentar o crescimento do mercado energético e permitir a melhor integração e o crescimento das fontes de energia renovável. Por fim, em sétimo, promover as relações externas e a diplomacia energética com os nossos principais parceiros, bem como organizações e iniciativas internacionais. Relativamente aos objetivos na área de energia, é a nossa ambição a obtenção de uma abordagem geral do Conselho na revisão do regulamento das redes transeuropeias de energia, fundamental para assegurar que a Europa atinja o objetivo da neutralidade climática. Assumimos igualmente como prioridade promover o debate e assegurar a adoção de conclusões do Conselho sobre a vaga de renovação. Pretendemos ainda manter o hidrogénio na ordem do dia, com troca de pontos de vista no Conselho de Energia em junho. A presidência nesta área conta ainda com 2 eventos de alto nível: a Conferência sobre o Hidrogénio e a Conferência sobre Green Mining, a realizar esta segunda no dia 5 de maio, ambas voltadas para a criação de soluções que visam contribuir para os grandes desafios da atualidade numa ótica de sustentabilidade.
Welcome back to the Hydrogen in Society Bridging the Gaps conference. We will start the panel towards a hydrogen economy, Bridging the Gaps, where we will explore new windows of economic, industrial, scientific, and technological opportunities. I welcome the following speakers. Hélène Schreer, Head of Unit of Clean Energy Transition in the DG Research and Innovation at the European Commission. Mirela Athanasiou, Head of Unit of Operations and Communications at the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. João Bernardo, Director General for Energy and Geology. Paul Lucchese, Chair of the Hydrogen Technological Collaboration Program of the International Energy Agency. Paulo Partidário, Head of Scientific Council of Director General for Energy and Geology, will be the moderator of this session.
Well, good morning. I welcome you to this session where we have the pleasure to have distinct guests that are having a key role in their own business contexts, as we are very much addressing in the innovation process, the challenges that are related with hydrogen in our world, in a way of addressing and managing a disruption that is in fact challenging business models at different levels. So I would like to, due to the time that we have in front of us of 1 hour, I would like to invite Ms. Hélène Schreer, that is from DG Research. She's head of a unit addressing these crucial topics that we have today. This is about the energy transitions. So the clean energy transitions is being part of a role, and she's contributing very much to the framework that we are using today. So I would like to invite Hélène to start her talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks also for the invitation, which I am very glad to be here today. So it's still good morning or good afternoon, it depends. For you, it's bon dia. I was very happy to accept the invitation also because you surely know that hydrogen is very high on the agenda of the European Commission. Last year in July, we published a hydrogen package, which was rather extensive, included a lot of actions. I don't see the slides. Yes, thank you. So could we go to the next one? I'm afraid I don't have it on my computer. So if I can get some help because it doesn't go through. The slides could be then circulated. So if you don't see them now, yeah, thank you. So the decisive moment. We have, I don't want to enter into details of the strategy. This is easy to look at. But a few points needs to be highlighted. First of all, that hydrogen is not just technology or a technology we have developed with the help of the industry, but technology among others. It is an enabler, and this has a very strong relevance for reaching our objectives for climate mitigation. Energy is representing 3/4 of the impact on the climate as far as greenhouse gas emissions are concerned. It's enormous, and the best and quickest way to mitigate climate change, as far as we can influence on it, it is to switch to a clean energy, to a green energy. That's very simple. We can do a lot of things, but this is a major one. And the problem with renewable energy is to store, to transform, to transport, and to, in a way, adjust to the needs. We have very few enablers, technologically speaking, and hydrogen is one of them. So it's our duty at the EU to provide the EU with the means to achieve the green transition. And this is one of the major means. The issue behind is that it's an emerging technology in many domains of the value chain, and the success of our ambitions in hydrogen, it will require a few things like an enormous ramp-up of deployment. We are still at the beginning, and when we discuss about deployment, there is a need for improving drastically the efficiency of processes and to develop technologies all along the value chain. I mean by that from production till final utilization. So you see on the slide some ambitious objectives, for instance, on the production. And the second thing is that will need a lot of changes in technologies, whether to use or to produce or to transport hydrogen. So there is a lot of research and innovation to be done for that, to improve also all the technologies and to develop breakthrough technologies along the value chain. That's where research and innovation will come in. Next, please, because I understand the time is very short. So the next slide, because I'm afraid I cannot do it on my own computer. Nice drawing showing that we have quite a lot of bricks to put in it. But I would say we have mainly, these are bricks, but we have mainly three ways of working. The first thing is, of course, and this is important today, to work more with member states. The synergies with national policies and regional policies is becoming a top priority of our Directorate General, and we need to develop it enormously. And that's why you can see on the slide that there is an ERA on green hydrogen. This ERA is a revamped ERA, so increasing the cooperation with member states and taking the best from the collaboration. I will come back to that a little bit later. And second line of action is increase the link with industry. We have developed through the joint undertaking, and Mirella will surely speak about that later on. But hello, Mirella, by the way. We have developed a very good cooperation with the industry, especially through this joint undertaking. And now it is completed by the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, which is more on the side of deployment. So you see here the Alliance. And on the side of the partnership, we have set up also an inter-partnership assembly to have all the partnerships discussing together, because hydrogen is an enabler. So you have it in a partnership on transport, in partnerships on industry, like the clean steel, for instance. So it is very important that we avoid silos. And more than avoiding silos, we develop synergies also between the various industries. And the third one is the link with citizens. This is a little bit different, but one thing which is worrying us is the issue of access to energy. I raised the question in a recent discussion, an internal discussion. Do you know how many Europeans are facing energy poverty? It's not 10 millions. It's not 15 millions. It's much more than that. And this is a little bit tough for us at the EU, because we care about the welfare of our population, about the well-being of our populations. So the link with citizens, it means that we have also to work for this energy to be replacing, of course, the not clean one, but also for this energy to be accessible. So developing the technologies for physical accessibility, but developing also the rules for the markets, and also developing ways and improvements which will make hydrogen available at an affordable cost, so that the overall energy value chain will remain at a price or at an access, at the cost of access, which is affordable. And this is both for the industry. And that leads me also to the last point, which is hydrogen in the global context. So next slide, please. If I go back now to ERA, the coordination with member states. Yes. On the coordination with member states, there is a process, an agenda process launched with the member states and directed by Germany. We contribute to that, we participate to it, and we are mobilizing at the EU level all the possible means for us to support that. And this is mainly in 3 pillars, as I have explained in the task force on the green hydrogen pilot ERA, and also that Ms. Rosalind van der Vlies, my director, explained in the ERA forum, transition forum. So we have more or less 1 pillar on increasing skills, on ERA on skills. We have one on common data. And I would like to again thank the FCH because they developed a very important database for that. And also they developed an observatory, which is at the basis. Exchanging knowledge is also supported by the Interpartnership Assembly. Then we have a 3rd pillar, which is using common infrastructure, technology infrastructure for boosting the development of hydrogen technologies and helping our industries to test and develop the technologies inside the EU. We have got sufficient evidences in the recent crisis that there are critical steps in value chains we should not let go out. And very often it goes from the testing part, which then leads to capturing IPR. So without going on that, this is more or less the supports we are bringing to ERA. Then could we go to the next slide, please? The Alliance. On the cooperation with industry, the Alliance is a masterpiece. It is really something where which we develop, a process we develop for batteries. I was a part of this process for batteries, by the way. And it is structured around 6 pillars. So it's a very important process for deployment. I'm seeing that I'm much too long, so I will accelerate a bit. I apologize for that. This roundtables, what is interesting is that it will provide feedback to the next partnerships, the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, so the one to begin this year, when it will be adopted, and to identify some needs for research and innovation and to identify bottlenecks. Next, please. Yes, global context. Thank you. The global context. No, the global context, please. It's always, that's the beauty of the virtual meetings. The global context, you will have, my colleague Anna Krzyzanova will discuss about mission innovation in the next session. But the hydrogen in global context is a very important brick of what we want to do for some main reasons. First, we cannot produce yet enough green hydrogen in the EU. The aim is to be sufficient in that, but we will need to import. And it is very important that when importing, we have some guarantee on the green side, on the green criteria, including for all the transport chain of hydrogen. I said as a joke, I mean, why is the need to import green hydrogen using vessels which are moving with an old product? It's just nonsense. So we need to look at the qualification of green hydrogen for imports, and we need to look at the quality level, and we need to look also at the cost and the whole value chain. This is a point. The second thing is also that transport is a very important recipient of hydrogen for instance, vessels, also for aviation, maybe for trucks, and transport is by definition international. So we are not going to set up hydrogen refueling station in an isolation. This needs to be worldwide, for instance. We need also to develop further our cooperation with the southern and western neighborhood. These are our neighbors. We care about them because they are our neighbors, as we care also about the all our partners in the world. And we will continue also our dialogue with the African Hydrogen Partnership because within the partnership between the EU and the African Union. So as you see, we have quite a lot of things. And the last question will be, where are the citizens here? Well, the citizens, I would just like to quote, for instance, the approach we are trying to develop on adjusting the hydrogen to the needs of the people. For instance, through the hydrogen valleys. Hydrogen valleys are not only for nodes, for industrial nodes, they're also for standalone and isolated regions where it provides a very good support for green energy to be stored and transformed and used in many applications. And it's not only for standalone region, think on Groningen, for instance. I think I have been really much too long, but I would like to conclude on a last point, which is extremely critical for us. This is sustainability and circularity. What we are facing for the energy transition is a transition of a magnitude we saw rarely. This will have an impact, changing a lot of technologies, but changing a lot of equipment, changing equipment for transport, for production, for transformation, and so on. And these cost resources, materials. So if we don't include circularity and sustainability at the beginning, at each step of the development of technology, we are creating the next challenge for the planet, which will be the use of resources. I would like to stop here. I apologize for being too long. I hope the next speakers will not kill me for that. And I wish you a very, very positive meeting, ready to answer questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hélène. I'll like to come back to you as soon as we have this round of first presentations. Then in the panel we have the chance to discuss a bit more. I would like to invite now Mirella to give us a talk. We have been listening here now to how the policy and the institutional approaches are being addressed, and it's now time to see how the building blocks are also accommodating technology and the challenges around the building blocks of technology operationalization and development as well. Please, Mirella.
Good morning. Good morning also from my side from Brussels. And I would have really loved to be with you there in Portugal in this important day for hydrogen under the Portuguese presidency. And I would like in particular to thank the Portuguese presidency for organizing such an important event. I'm sure it will be full of discussions the entire day. And I'm really looking forward to see also the remaining panels today. Yes, thank you very much for helping me with the presentation. And also thank you, Hélène, for introducing the R&I activities at the European Union level and to put into the context the work of the joint undertaking. And I would like to really focus on that, to focus on what we have done in the past more than 12 years, but also to talk a bit and to deep dive a bit into the future for the partnership. Next slide, please. So who are we, for those that by now haven't heard about the joint undertaking? So the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking is an institutionalized public-private partnership between the public side represented by the European Commission, European Union represented by the European Commission, and the private side, Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Europe Research. It has been established for more than 12 years as of 2008, and it had the main aim, the main objective to implement optimal research and innovation program and bring the technologies by 2020 to the market. And I believe we have done that. Next slide. As I mentioned, it's more than 12 years journey of the joint undertaking, and we have worked on all technologies. We have worked on the fuel cell side, from the materials, components, early proof of concept for fuel cell, for both for energy application, stationary application, but also for transport application. We have then brought them into the market, into the field, and then by learnings with a feedback loop, we have produced and researched next generation of fuel cells and stacks. In the same time, developing new business cases, but are also testing the technologies in different markets, in different countries, in different climates, and again, learning and getting back to the lab and developing new generation of products. Next slide, please. In doing that, we have supported almost 300 projects for about 1 billion euro support from the framework programs FP7 and Horizon 2020, with at least the same amount of private investment in the projects. In addition to that, of course, the joint undertaking has leveraged at least the same amount private investment in addition to those in the projects, with a rate of 1 to 2, €1 public investment, at least €2 private investment. This is a good figure, I would say, for the last 12 years. And you can see how in the last 12 years the technology has progressed. The projects we have supported were more or less balanced in terms of different applications, with about half on transport side, supporting technologies or demonstrating technologies into the field from the cars, buses, hydrogen refueling stations, captive fleet, for example, starting to develop the network of the hydrogen refueling stations. But also on the energy side, we have at the beginning focused more on the fuel cell for stationary applications. And we have the success story of the micro CHP as a solution, fuel cell micro CHP. And lately, from 2014, 2015, we have increased funding. We have put increased funding in developing the electrolyzer technology. Next slide, please. When talking about few examples, I will try to stay short and not go through all our success stories, but I picked just few for today, just to mention the success story we had in developing the electrolyzer technology. You may remember that we started in 2011, so 10 years ago, with 150 kilowatt support electrolyzer in Colruyt in Belgium. And we are talking today, in 10 years, about developing 100 megawatt electrolyzer through the Green Deal call topics published by the European Commission last year. Our projects are installing already the 10 megawatt electrolyzer in Cologne will be inaugurated this year, and the 20 megawatt in the northern Netherlands, which is the first stepping stone for a 60 megawatt electrolyzer, is also ongoing. Next slide, please. Another success story which I wanted to mention today, which has brought such an interest lately, is the working with regions. We have started working with regions as of 2017, and our work with many regions in Europe, almost 100 regions signing memorandum of understanding with our joint undertaking, having interest to demonstrate, to even finance such projects, but also some of them to just start learning about the technology, has brought us in financing the Hydrogen Valley project, in financing project development assistance type of activities, where we are working with the regions to develop their projects and look for further funding, but also for those regions that are looking to learn about the technology. We have also set up the European Hydrogen Valley Partnership under the Smart Specialization Initiative of the European Commission. Next slide, please. And you may have also heard that this initiative and working with region over the last 3-4 years has brought the idea of the Hydrogen Valley even internationally. It has become right now a global phenomenon. with integrated projects emerging all around the world. And again, on behalf of the European Commission and together with the co-leads, Germany and Australia, under the Mission Innovation, we have recently in January launched the Hydrogen Valley Information Sharing Platform. We plan to continue to work under the Mission Innovation on this concept of hydrogen valleys, and we hope to see this evolving even further. Next slide, please. And the observatory. The observatory is another product, another success, something that Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking has developed and plans to set it up as a knowledge hub for hydrogen in Europe, as a one-stop shop for the sector and related data, public data for the sector. It should be a go-to resource for all things on fuel cell and hydrogen. If you go, you scroll through and you play a bit with the observatory, you will see the amount of data that is already there and that it's planned to be further developed. The education and training module of the observatory has been launched also in November, and it's a very good module and source of information for future workforce. Next slide, please. We have also developed and started working as of 2014 in developing the methodology and the definition for the guarantees of origin and certification of hydrogen. We have had 2 phases so far, and we are working on the 3rd phase, where we start now to work with the member states to help implementing the renewable directive. And next slide, please. And now I'm approaching my end. And when talking about the future, as I said, from the past, I only selected few examples of success stories. There are many, as you can imagine, out of 300 projects and the rest of the activities around the projects. But for the future, and thank you again, Helen, for introducing the subject, European Commission has published more than a month ago the proposal for a new council regulation under Horizon Europe program for a new partnership that will build on the existing joint undertaking and will have as a main focus the production and the distribution and the transport of hydrogen, looking mainly when talking about production on electrolysis and renewable hydrogen production, looking at distribution, of course, at all the carriers, in particular liquid hydrogen, but also carriers such as ammonia or liquid organic carriers, but also, and in means also of energy storage, looking at admixture or hydrogen injection into the natural gas grid. And when talking about end uses or uses of hydrogen, looking at all the applications from transport application, in particular heavy duty transport application, to use of hydrogen in big industries, decarbonizing energy intensive industries, looking at solutions or developing the technologies for boilers, for burners, or even hydrogen turbines. And in doing that, especially on the end uses, as Helen also mentioned, we will have to work with another 6 different partnerships under Horizon Europe. For example, processes for planets to zero, waterborne, clean steel, clean aviation, or the rail GU. And I believe I have reached the end of my presentation. Next slide, please. Yes. Yeah. Thank you really, really very much. And thank you to you, Paolo, for this invitation. Back to you.
Welcome, Mirella. Welcome. It's a pleasure to listen about your portfolio of projects. It's about the technology along the hydrogen value chain. There's a lot of challenges here, and I hope we can still have later on in the panel one more question about that. I would like now to invite João Bernardo. He's the General Director of Energy and Geology in Portugal. This is an example how when we are addressing innovation in different contexts, in different scales. In fact, a national approach is important to illustrate the efforts that are being done to approach hydrogen economy. João, please.
Thank you, Paulo. Good morning. I want to greet everyone who is attending this conference, and especially the European Commissioner and the Minister for Environment and Climate Action, the host of this conference. I don't know if I can start. Oh, okay. Too fast. This is the situation where we were in where we approved the Paris Agreement. The world in the last quarter of century have reached a high level of energy consumption. Despite many measures that we have been implementing over 25 years of promoting energy renewables and energy efficiency, the energy consumption continued to grow worldwide almost uncontrolled. Energy consumption is by far the largest source of human-made greenhouse gas emissions, responsible for more than 7% of global emissions. At this point, I am sure that most of us are already fully convinced that it's not possible to continue to ignore these figures. However, data from International Energy Agency analysis of the world investments in energy sectors clearly shows us that despite this slight reduction, investments in conventional sectors with fossil fuels continue to grow in cumulative terms. Some sectors have even managed to grow in recent years, such as investments in upstream oil and gas and coal supply, with the area of renewable power and energy efficiency investments have remained relatively stable. Therefore, the European Commission and the Member States of the European Union have put special emphasis on the development of a climate action strategy for EU and the European Green Deal Action Plan. In turn, each Member State of the European Union recently presented, in the context of the Clean Energy for All Europeans package, approved in 2016, is National Energy and Climate Plans. The National Energy and Climate Plan established the energy and climate targets by 2030 and is aligned with the roadmap for carbon neutrality for 2050, published in July 2019. This roadmap was developed as an instrument that identifies the many vectors of decarbonization and the lines of action to move towards a carbon-neutral society in 2050. It will only be possible to achieve a carbon-neutral society if, by 2030, emissions are reduced between 35% and 55% in relation to values registered in 2005. The National Energy and Climate Plan of 2030 defined objectives and established goals for energy sector, such as achieve a 47% incorporation of renewable resources in the final consumption of energy. For that, we expect to reach at least 80% of renewables in the production of electricity and reduce energy dependence from abroad to 65% and reduce the primary energy consumption by 35%. The main drivers of the National Energy Climate Plan regarding the target of 47% are the electrification of energy consumptions and the optimization of network infrastructures for both electricity and gas. This bet is crucial to take advantage of our indigenous renewable energy sources, thereby reducing our energy dependence. On the other hand, when trying to optimize the existing infrastructures, we guarantee a more accessible, fair energy transition and without excluding anyone. But the ultimate goal is the carbon neutrality of the society in 2050. And if it seems easy to transform in 30 years gap an electrical systems that in 2020 already incorporates 59% of renewables in the generation of electricity, it seems much more difficult to do something similar in the gas infrastructures. In this context, renewable gases, especially hydrogen, gain greater relevance, as they allow the integration of electricity and energy consumption sectors, named the sector coupling, enabling the acceleration of the decarbonization of the electrical systems and natural gas network, taking advantage and optimizing those grid structures. The enthusiasm surrounding the integration of these renewable gases, hydrogen, in the national energy mix was definitively confirmed when, following the publication of a new legal regime for the production of electricity in June of 2019, a new mechanism for assessing the availability capacity in the electricity network was introduced. This mechanism placed at the head of the entire licensing process the need to obtain the guarantee of the network capacity availability, mainly through an auction bidding mechanism. For the first time in Portugal, renewables energy projects that are positively discriminated through feed-in tariffs offered prices significantly below the current gross electricity price in the Iberian market, 20 euros for megawatt against 52 euros for megawatt at the time, clearly giving the signal that the scarce resource in this point is the interconnection to the grid. This was also the signal that we are waiting for to make the hydrogen economy viable. The other barriers besides the price of the electricity is, as you know, the price of electrolyzers. But here we know that it is a problem of scale, which must be leveraged by research and development. The elaboration of a national hydrogen strategy arises naturally as a need to create a commitment to society, establishing a favorable framework, minimally predictable, and allow ideas, projects, and investments to have a framework to develop themselves. Hydrogen gains a new centrality in the decarbonization process with several projects and initiatives that address the potential and application of this gas. After the publication of the Portuguese hydrogen strategy in August 2020, the government took the initiative in the same month to review the organization and the functioning of the national gas systems to allow the injection of renewable gases. The regulation of national gas systems is currently under review. More than 10 regulations, many of which are already in public consultation, and include transport and distribution networks, storage, rules for access to networks, infrastructures, and interconnections, operating and quality of service, tariffs and commercial relations, to allow the injection of renewable gases into the national gas network. Furthermore, Portugal has unique conditions to implement a true hydrogen economy, with special interest in the sectors of transport and industry, as well as an energy storage vector to compensate for the variability of wind and solar production, or to provide system service in the electrical network. With the conclusion of the second solar auction in 2020, the competitiveness of prices to produce solar energy in Portugal was proven. This project can still benefit from hybridization with wind or hydropower to optimize from the point of view of network capacity the production of energy. The part of grid surplus can be channeled to production of hydrogen or to pumping of hydroelectric plants. But we know that this is not sufficient. We need pilots and sandbox projects that are very important and fundamental to learn with the technology response and the consumer response. It is also important for the future bankability. Moreover, auctions are being designed on hydrogen plus storage to support temporarily OPEX to promote hydrogen production. One of the main advantages for the introduction of hydrogen is the existence of a relatively recent natural gas network, almost of all which is about 20 years old or less, which gives it high adaptation potential. Portugal is preparing its candidacy for the hydrogen important project of common European interest, and they have received a lot of expression of interest. The expression of interest received revealed the mobilization capacity of the Portuguese industry and the recognition of a unique opportunity for the development of a hydrogen economy and in the national and European context. Our other advantage of our trajectory and development of our projects in the hydrogen chain value are related to the commitment to install 2 gigawatts of electrolyzers by 2030, having already prepared the guarantees of a region scheme, and have in progress a collaborative laboratory addressing hydrogen production and use technologies. We have high ambitious targets for hydrogen in 2030, like those that are seen in this slide. And we have some important indicators to achieve at the end of this decade. Let me stress 1 or 2. A favorable investment environment for hydrogen, opportunity to create qualified jobs in Portugal, and the capacity of the Port of Sines through transport of ammonia or by road or by boat to hydrogen exporting, to transform Portugal in a hydrogen exporting country. In conclusion, and this is my last slide, this is a vision what we want to stay in 2030. The role of hydrogen, namely the green hydrogen, is vital to the decarbonization and clean energy transition, complementing electrification strategies on the path to 2030 and 2050 decarbonization goals, and to achievement of European Green Deal goals. And thank you for your attention, and I back to you, Paulo. Thank you.
Thank you, João. Thank you. It's time now to talk about international cooperation. It's one of the key drivers for the way to move forward all this new paradigm and for the speed of change. So I would like to invite Paul Luquez to talk us about the hydrogen technology cooperation program within the International Energy Agency. Please, Paul.
Hello, everybody. So thank you very much, Paulo. So I would like to thank you for inviting of me a representation of the hydrogen TCP in such a significant day for Portugal, but also European Union and the hydrogen sector as a whole. As a chair of the Hydrogen Technology Collaboration Program, TCP in acronym, I will take this time to give you an overview of our past achievements, our current work, and future expectation. The Hydrogen Technology Collaboration Program was established in 1977 under the International Energy Agency auspice to pursue collaborative research and development in hydrogen, as well as in information exchange among its members, learning from each other best practice and facing together the challenge of hydrogen. You can notice that we are the oldest international organization on hydrogen with more than 40 years of experience, and we know exactly how to carry out some international collaboration program. So our mission is to accelerate hydrogen implementation and widespread utilization with the objective of optimizing environmental protection, improving energy security, and promoting economic development internationally. And for that, we intend to position the hydrogen TCP as a premier global resource for expertise in hydrogen. So you can see on this slide a very short synthesis of our activities and characteristics. Today, the Hydrogen TCP Executive Committee is formed by representative and alternate of 23 different countries, and now we welcome this week USA again on board, so it will be 24 countries, plus the European Commission, plus the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and 6 sponsor members. The sponsor members are iChico from Argentina, the Hydrogen Council, very well known, the NOW from Germany, Reliance Industry from India, Shell Global Solution, and Southern Company, utility US company. Most of the countries are coming from Europe, from Asia, New Zealand, Australia, but also America with Canada and USA. And we are expecting more countries like Morocco or Asian countries. So our network of international experts works in diverse collaborative research project called TASK. TASK, in fact, is a project which gathers some experts, and it's a work about 3-4 years. So we gather experts, they are working for this period, and they cover a certain topic of hydrogen field. We can divide the task in subtasks with a more specific and limited scope. So we carried out near 40 tasks since the beginning of the TCP. So each task is a 3-4 years period, and we have been able to address research topics related to the whole hydrogen value chain, from production, storage, transport to end use, and including also not only technical research and development, but also cross-cutting issues like safety, modeling, economics, or life cycle analysis. Currently, our portfolio is focused on data and modeling, is what we call the Task 41, energy storage and conversion in Task 40, hydrogen in maritime application, hydrogen safety, and we are finishing also a very important task, Task 38, on power to hydrogen and hydrogen to X, with a final report we'll publish at the beginning of the year, and to be released very soon, a power to X roadmap with recommendation will be published very soon, with 2 events we are organizing in the next 3 months to disseminate the result and findings derived from the last 5 years from this very important task, Task 48. So it's our current portfolio of tasks, but we are very high ambitious for the next 5 years, according to our strategic plan. And we are building now a new task. You can see example on the slide. For example, we are building a very super task on renewable hydrogen. Another task led by Netherlands is underground hydrogen storage, gathering a lot of experts from different countries. Another task very important for us will be hydrogen export value chain on international trade. And as we consider all sources of energy, could be nuclear, fossil, renewable, and all type of applications for hydrogen, not only hydrogen as a gas, but also electrofuel. We start also a new task on hydrogen production from nuclear energy. And just to give you an example of what we built with, especially with Portugal now, is to build a new task on a dedicated wind farm to produce hydrogen, and hydrogen fuel-based production. And it could be extended to hybrid wind and PV, or wind and hydraulic, for example. It's a very promising topic. We have also another topic in progress in hydrogen in the mining, mineral processing, and resource sector. Of course, as part of the IEA Technology Collaboration Network, we work hand in hand with other TCPs. And of course, with the IEA Secretariat in Paris, very well known for the strategic analysis. We have recently made public document repository with hydrogen-related publication from different IEA network actors, which is available on our website. Further collaboration with other TCP is being considered, for example, to organize joint events, joint report, or even joint tasks, like, for example, with wind. Also, collaboration within the IEA network is a pillar from the hydrogen TCP. The exchange of information with other programs and organizations is not limited to it. For example, the Hydrogen TCP is part of the Hydrogen Coordination Group. What is the Hydrogen Coordination Group? It includes all the international hydrogen initiatives. Some were mentioned before. It includes the Hydrogen Council, the Mission Innovation Challenges, the Clean Energy Ministerial Initiative, and the IRENA, IPHE, etc., and the World Economic Forum. And in fact, the aim of this coordination group is to avoid, of course, overlapping because it's international initiative on hydrogen, but also to exchange perspective and advance on potential synergies. So we also have other collaboration, for example, with the International Transport Forum or with the International Atomic Energy Agency. The fast development of hydrogen technology and the hydrogen economy will only be possible through the definition of a common global pathway.
Paul,
collaboration.
May I ask
yes?
you to be brief? We are just running out of time. You're closing, please. Thank you.
1 or 2 minutes. So collaboration is not not necessary to avoid overlapping on resource waste, but it's also essential to define potential synergy among actors, organizations, entities, and policymakers. Finally, I would like to encourage all hydrogen field-related experts to explore the possibility of joining programs like the Hydrogen CP and especially our task. In our case, once your country is a member, and probably it's the case because we have 24 members, and after approval of the executive committee, all national entities, public or private, could participate to the hydrogen task. So our motto is global collaboration for research and innovation in hydrogen technology. Global because we need to address the global issues, such as environmental crisis from the common run. Collaboration because there is no possible way to find solutions for such problem exclusively from individualistic perspective. And of course, research and innovation are key, as the colleague from the European Commission mentioned before. We are eager to cooperate with any entities or organization with shared interests. So please feel free to reach out in case you may be interested. And thank you very much again for your attention.
Welcome, Paul. Thank you very much. We are really running out of time, but I would like to address you a short question, starting by Mirella, please. It's about the hydrogen valleys. This process within the regions is crucial, and Europe has a critical role on there. May I ask you a very brief comment on the role of the Sinis Hydrogen Valley, please?
Yes, I would like. I'm very happy to comment on that because, as I said, my presentation was extremely short, and I just picked few example of the initiative without mentioning any of the valleys. But indeed, we have started small, like I said, several years ago, and I have to say I'm really pleased to see how all the member states have stepped up, and in particular Portugal, with a big project in Sines, which is already captured by our Mission Innovation Valley platform. It's already in that platform captured, and I know it will play an important role in the hydrogen economy. It has the potential also to export hydrogen from Portugal to the northern part of Europe, and provide hydrogen to decarbonize the industry in that region. It has the potential also to test different technologies from building, why not, the first gigawatts of electrolyzers based directly on the renewable hydrogen, but also transport the hydrogen through the maritime paths either in a form of liquid or in other forms of careers.
Yeah,
yes,
thank you very much.
Swedish project,
Okay.
it's extremely important.
Thank you very much, Mirella. Let me ask now a question to Hélène. Hélène, please. When I took good note of your concerns that I share about avoiding silos and all this integration flexibility that we need to promote. There's one issue within the value chains that I think it could be interesting to explore, but just for a very short answer, please tell me what you think about circular economy, so the circularity effect within the value chains, please.
Well, thank you. It's something we have been pleading since the beginning. We have developed in the EU the concept of circularity by design, which means at the beginning of any research, you integrate circularity, meaning on the processes, but on the materials. So it's not only sustainability of processes. This circularity by design aims at finding at one moment the right solution according also to circularity constraints. And that's why it should be embedded in any research as a kind of mainstreaming, let's say.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah. You have no time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then I would like also to address João a question about the real conditions a country like Portugal is offering to investment. Please, João.
Okay, thank you, Paul. A quick answer. I think the conditions are and the role of the state to give these conditions to investors is to create a favorable, transparent and simplified framework for attracting national and international investments and investors. Of course, we have a reality, a slight difference between the energy system, the electricity system, and the gas system, because we have more penetration of renewables in the electricity system, and we have to make the same thing in the gas system. So we have to give a little bit more support, state support, to the gas systems to put the both systems at the same level. We need that those systems could compete with each other for the same consumers. We see these on the residential side, or in the service side, but we want to see these in transport and industry side. So this is
Thank you, João. Thank you, João. Finally, Paul, last but not least, there's a big challenge within the agency about how to promote the cooperation between the TCPs. Considering hydrogen as also a big challenge that is very multidimensional, how do you feel this, how to promote this, what do you expect from the cooperation there?
Yes, you're right. Hydrogen is in the middle of the energy transition, so we need to develop some collaboration with the other TCPs, because in fact there is about 40 TCPs inside the IEA technology network, 40 TCPs, and it gathers near 6,000 experts from all the field of energy. So it's a very interesting source of expertise. And of course, for example, when we want to work on I don't know, on a combustion of ammonia or combustion of hydrogen, we have no expertise inside the hydrogen TCP. We have to work with the TCP on combustion, for example, just to give an example of that. So we need a lot of collaboration with the renewable sources, with the end use, and in fact, the IEA Secretariat promote now this type of collaboration. It was not the case before, but now there is more and more meeting to meet the other colleagues from other TCP. So I think there is a very positive framework to work with the other TCPs.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. I think this is what we can offer now. We have really running out of time. We are in the last minute. And so we are closing this session. Thank you very much to you all and to the attention of the audience. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This concludes the first part of the high-level conference, Hydrogen in Society, Bridging the Gaps. We will resume our session at 1:15 p.m.
A concretização do Pacto Ecológico Europeu e, em particular, o objetivo de tornar a Europa no primeiro continente climaticamente neutro exige uma transformação profunda do sistema energético europeu. Para esse efeito, a presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia estabeleceu 7 prioridades que irão traçar o caminho desta transformação energética. A primeira é, desde logo, reconhecer que é necessário desenvolver um mercado interno energético eficaz, coeso e competitivo, com um elevado nível de proteção do consumidor, acesso equitativo e aumento da capacidade de produção. O segundo é assegurar a promoção da eficiência energética em todos os setores, sendo esta uma opção basilar para a concretização dos objetivos europeus em linha com o Acordo de Paris, bem como uma das formas mais eficazes e justas de assegurar a transição para uma economia neutra em carbono. O terceiro, e neste quadro, é que é incontornável maximizar o potencial das renováveis e de um sistema energético descentralizado através do fomento do autoconsumo e das comunidades energéticas. Em quarto lugar, encorajar o debate em torno do hidrogénio verde e dos mecanismos de apoio para a criação de um verdadeiro mercado para este hidrogénio. Em quinto, concretizar a vaga de renovação, que pode ter um papel crucial na recuperação da economia, apoiando a reabilitação de edifícios, contribuindo para a melhoria da eficiência energética, apoiando a economia circular e promovendo o bem-estar e a inclusão social, combatendo, por fim, a pobreza energética. Em sexto, a criação de condições para o armazenamento, as smart grids e as interligações, que são essenciais para sustentar o crescimento do mercado energético e permitir a melhor integração e o crescimento das fontes de energia renovável. Por fim, em sétimo, promover as relações externas e a diplomacia energética com os nossos principais parceiros, bem como organizações e iniciativas internacionais. Relativamente aos objetivos na área de energia, é a nossa ambição a obtenção de uma abordagem geral do Conselho na revisão do regulamento das redes transeuropeias de energia, fundamental para assegurar que a Europa atinja o objetivo da neutralidade climática. Assumimos igualmente como prioridade promover o debate e assegurar a adoção de conclusões do Conselho sobre a vaga de renovação. Pretendemos ainda manter o hidrogénio na ordem do dia, com troca de pontos de vista no Conselho de Energia em junho. A presidência nesta área conta ainda com 2 eventos de alto nível: a Conferência sobre o Hidrogénio e a Conferência sobre Green Mining, a realizar esta segunda no dia 5 de maio, ambas voltadas para a criação de soluções que visam contribuir para os grandes desafios da atualidade numa ótica de sustentabilidade.
Good afternoon. We resume the high-level conference, Hydrogen in Society, Bridging the Gaps. Recognizing that the promotion and support of sustainable value chains, cross-border partnerships and mechanisms for hydrogen can contribute to scaling up renewable production projects, setting up the grounds for an effective European market, we will start the panel Funding and Financing the Hydrogen Economy, an Integrated Perspective. I welcome the following speakers. Christian Zinglersen, Director of EU Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators. Roland Schulze, Managerial Advisor of Low Carbon Energy Technology at the European Investment Bank. Christian Holzleitner, Head of Unit C3, Land Use and Finance for Innovation at the European Commission, and Joaquim Nunes de Almeida, Director for Mobility and Energy Intensive Industries, European Commission. Pedro Amaral Jorge, President of the Board of the Portuguese Renewable Energy Association, will moderate the debate.
Good afternoon. Let me welcome you to our next panel after lunch, which will be based on funding and financing the hydrogen economy and what you are expecting from an integrated perspective. I would like to thank the invitation for being here today from the Minister, the Secretary of State, and all of his team. Salute my panel speakers. And just to give you an highlight, we are going to do a very short introduction. Then the speakers will have a presentation that will take 5 to 7 minutes, and that they will pose their positions regarding the topic. And at the end, we'll have a short debate regarding questions and answers among the speakers and with myself. Before we start and handle the words to the experts, please bear with me because I'm going to need 4 minutes of your time just to highlight the tone for the panel. Member states have now agreed and increased the European Union greenhouse gas emissions target from 40 to 55% to deliver the Green Deal. And this will trigger an upward revision of the EU's 2030 renewable energy target from 32 up to 38 to 40%, according to the European Commission Impact Assessment. Estimates on final hydrogen demand in 2050 range from levels similar to today in a low demand scenario and to 10 times today's level in a high demand scenario. Hydrogen is used as either a chemical feedstock or as energy source. A base level of 2050 demands can be delivered from looking sectors that already consume hydrogen and others that are likely to adopt hydrogen as an energy carrier. The use of hydrogen in many sectors has been demonstrated. Whether use will increase depends on complex interplay between competing energy supplies, public policy, technological and system innovations, and consumer preferences. Direct electrification through renewable energy sources is the cheapest and the most efficient and environmental compliant way to decarbonize the economy and its energy consumptions and usages. Where direct electrification is not environmentally the best option or is not cost effective, I usually say that we need to use indirect electrification, and that is mainly using green hydrogen or renewable hydrogen as an energy source for indirect electrification. The challenge Europe has in hands to decarbonize and achieve climate neutrality needs to be financed by both the public and the private sector. For the private sector to come on board and invest and lend to the deployment of hydrogen production and consumption, there are a few necessary conditions that we need to keep in place and that we know we need to meet. The regulatory frameworks that gives investors and lenders a predictable on how to address, measure, and mitigate policy and country risk. Stable and strong support and incentive mechanisms to allow volume and price risk mitigation as well as economic affordability. Performance and technology guarantees from manufacturers or investment-grade banking's financial institutions to make sure that we comply with all the short unknowns we know from the technology. Clear targets on how much we need to deploy, and in a nutshell, we need to make sure that private sector comes on board if projects achieve bankability stage. Green hydrogen production and sale from the supply side on industrial independent hydrogen producers with adequate support mechanisms might be the way to achieve the lowest levelized cost of hydrogen possible. Green hydrogen generation, from a cost perspective, has no representative variable costs, which allows to have energy costs from hydrogen highly predictable for a period of 15 years or more. And inflation will always improve levelized cost of hydrogen because it will become constant as prices increase. The critical costs for green hydrogen manufacturing are basically depreciations of electrolyzers, financing costs of electrolyzer and the rest of the equipment, interest on debt, and of course cost of equity, assuming that we have renewable power sources. One important note. Installing renewables and electrolyzers outside the EU and importing hydrogen into the EU only makes economic sense when renewable conditions in the exporting countries are significantly better, while capital costs are not substantially higher in the European environment. Furthermore, the cost advantage must exceed the cost delivery of hydrogen as a gas via pipelines. Alternatively, hydrogen can be transformed into, for example, ammonia, which can be more easily stored in a liquid form and transported cheap. Governments and energy agencies need to address the levelized cost of hydrogen future path and identify what is the best support mechanisms to put in place and if it should be split between the demand and the supply side. Green hydrogen could be seen as a means to decarbonize sectors with greenhouse gas emissions that are hard to reduce, as a medium for energy storage, and as a fallback in case altered fossil fuel imports leads to energy shortage. In a nutshell, hydrogen is likely to play at least some role in the European Union's achievement of net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Please let's keep in mind that our #1 goal in economy and society decarbonization towards climate neutrality as soon as possible. This is what we need to achieve, and this is what we are aiming, is carbon neutrality. And we need to achieve this with people on board and with better living conditions, socioeconomic and environmental, keeping in mind biodiversity preservation and ecosystems restoring. Having said that, I will now pass to our speakers, and I will ask Christian Olseminer to make his initial comment and presentation. Christian, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation. I'm Christian Hossleitner. I work at the European Commission at the Directorate General for Climate Action, and I'm the one responsible for the Innovation Fund. And this is what I want to talk a little bit about it. It's like one of our main means of supporting clean technology towards climate neutrality in 2050. So what do we want to achieve? We want to have a European economy in 2050 that, on balance, doesn't emit any more greenhouse gases. And the even better news is we know how to do it. We know how to get there. We know the technologies. We know like how hydrogen works. We know how CCS works, solar cells, energy storage, and so on. The challenge that we have is to upscale all of these technologies and to put them on the market, to bring them to the market now, such that we can also keep the industrial leadership on these technologies. And this is what the Innovation Fund is for. So we want to bring those technologies to the market now. But of course, we are not naive, and we know that a lot of these technologies are still more expensive than the fossil fuel alternatives. So if you look at currently the price in the emission trading system is around 40 euros. Hydrogen or other technologies maybe start at abatement costs of 60, 70, 80 euros per ton of carbon. What we do with the Innovation Fund, we can cover 60% of that financial gap. And we can cover the additional investment costs, so the cost of the electrolyzers, we can cover 60% of that, but we can also cover 60% of the additional operating costs. So, for example, if you are a steel mill and you want to change to hydrogen, and you buy the hydrogen on the market, we can finance 60% of those costs compared to what a fossil fuel or another feedstock would cost for you. And we can do this for 10 years. So you clearly see what we want is to bring those technologies to the market. And that makes a difference between us and other EU programs that are focused more on research, while we are really about bringing things to the market and keeping them there, like until the 2030s, when we would hope that market prices are such that technologies like hydrogen are viable by themselves. And this is also reflected in the way that we select projects. So we very much take a perspective like a private investor, because we want that these projects work on the market. So the only difference between us and a private investor is that we are ready to lose our support, our grant that we are giving. But otherwise, we would like to use pretty much the same criteria. So like we are looking at five evaluation criteria. So how much can you reduce the emissions? So do you go down to zero emissions, like with green hydrogen? How innovative is the project? So the degree of innovation. And what we mean here is, are you first of a kind? Are you like the first hydrogen-based steel factory in Europe, or the second or the third? So we really want to finance projects that make a difference. Then we look at the project maturity. So are you ready to go to the market? Do you have your finances right? Do you have all your permits? Do you have the support of the member state? So as said before, the regulatory conditions are also very important that you can get your project going, in particular if it's of a bigger size. Then we look at scalability. So what is the future market potential of your solution? And finally, on the cost efficiency. So how much do you want for the abatement of 1 ton of CO2? So as I said, we really want to support companies to bring it to the market. And we started our first call with a volume of 1 billion euros in last autumn. We really got a very good response. So more than 300 applications asking for more than 20 billion euros of support. So we were more than 20 times oversubscribed. We closed now the first stage. We selected the 70 best projects. They are now into the second stage, have until end of June to beef up their proposals and to come back to us. And then we hope that we can award our first grants in the fourth quarter of this year. And we really see a good mix of projects. So we see a lot of hydrogen, both in the production of hydrogen, but also in the use of hydrogen. We see CCS. We see a lot about bioeconomy, also like the production of solar cells. So if we move into the renewable energy, wind projects, a lot of energy storage. And I think, which is very exciting, we see a lot of cross-sectoral projects. So it's very difficult to classify projects into one sector, because a lot of them go really the value chain from the production of the green energy, of the renewable energy, through the electrolyzers, through the energy storage, to the use of the hydrogen. The same is true for CCS or for bioeconomy, circular economy projects. And very often we also see combinations of production of hydrogen with CCS and other examples here. So it's really exciting to look into this new world. And I think in debate, I think we can address a bit what will be important to get like also the market for hydrogen going better, the combination of different fundings and the market conditions. But I'll leave it for the moment here. Thanks very much.
Christian, thank you very much for this insight into the available funding. I will now pass around to Christian Zinglerson that will give us a perspective from the regulators. Christian, please.
Thanks a lot, Pedro. Let me just start by saying what a fantastic feeling it was to get on a plane in my home country where it was snowing and then landing in 18, 19 degree Lisbon with sun. It's nice to be traveling again, let me put it that way. I have some slides to accompany my presentation. And as you rightly said, Pedro, I was asked to contribute a bit with the regulatory perspective. So that's the perspective from ACER, which is the EU's energy regulatory agency. But we work hand in hand with the national regulators. So in Portugal's case, it's ERCE, and then in other countries, other national regulatory authorities. So this is very much a team effort. So I'll speak a bit about the role of regulation from a European perspective in unlocking the hydrogen economy, as it were. And I'll start by saying we all recognize that the point of departure for this challenge is to kickstart what is currently a nascent market. I think you spoke to that, Pedro, as well. It's a nascent market, which is probably destined to grow very significantly in the short and medium term. And what I took from this morning's session, really took to heart, was this concept that there are very significant benefits in growing this nascent market from a cross-border and increasingly trade-intensive type perspective. I think the Portuguese minister spoke to this, the Dutch minister, Claude Turmes from Luxembourg, the state secretary from Spain, and others. I would very much agree with that. I think kickstarting a nascent market with that perspective in mind is key and brings a lot of benefit. Now, from a regulatory perspective, when you want to kickstart something nascent, there are sort of two slightly competing perspectives. And the first is, one perspective is, of course, if you get in early, regulatory-wise, you may avoid lock-in over time. That may be locking in suboptimal choices, locking in incumbent privilege, locking in industry structure, which you then need to dismantle later on. So there can be some very significant benefits in getting in early, as it were. And if we look at gas market integration as it stands today, it offers some helpful lessons. Arguably, there were some impediments to gas market integration early on in Europe, namely via the long-term legacy contracts in place, which had much more bilateral than more liquid, deepened trade, which was an impediment to market integration. And industry structure, arguably, was also an impediment. So looking that way, getting in early, regulatory-wise, may avoid suboptimal lock-in down the road. So that's one perspective. However, it's also offset by the other perspective. If you get in too early, if you over-regulate, you may halt or delay some developments which you come to regret down the line. And here, of course, there are some significant outstanding questions, if I can get the click to work, in terms of what will be the exact mix of hydrogen, so pure hydrogen, as it were, biomethane, etc., and how will that work? So there is this, shall we say, slightly competing perspectives. Get in early, avoid lock-in, but don't get in too early or don't over-regulate so as to halt innovation, halt developments. So from a regulatory perspective in Europe, what we have put together as ACER, along with the national regulators and CER, some months ago was a white paper on how to approach hydrogen networks in the future from a European regulatory perspective. And I would say a few words about that. The concept is one of what we call dynamic or gradual regulation. It's a fairly straightforward, coherent type concept. Its operationalization may be slightly complex. But I was also heartened this morning that both the Dutch minister and I think the Spanish State Secretary spoke to this concept of gradual regulation as the way forward. So the concept is fairly straightforward, and basically, it suggests that you want to look at how the situation evolves on the ground in the market, and to the extent that networks are developing into more natural monopolies, where the network owner or the network operator is increasingly in a dominant position, which can be susceptible of abuse vis-a-vis other market actors, then you start regulating more and more. So it's like a gradual approach to regulation commensurate with developments on the ground. And here we think there's a little bit of intellectual inspiration to be had from the telecommunications sector. Arguably, when you look at telecommunications, there's an evolution in the regulatory framework commensurate with technological innovation and developments on the ground. Now, for telecoms, it's probably been the case of high regulation to less regulation, whereas for hydrogen, perhaps it's less regulation and then gradually more regulation as developments go forward. So slightly the opposite dynamic. So in this white paper that we put together 2 months ago, we developed a few principles which I just draw upon. There's 6. This is the first slide, and there are the other 2 in the next slide. So there's this concept first of gradual regulation that I mentioned, and this seeks to balance the need for certainty, so to drive investment, but not over-regulate so as to hamper developments down the line. There is a need to monitor markets and developments on the ground quite closely. We would envisage that monitoring to be done at the national level, but via indicators developed at the EU level, and probably with some sort of EU consistency check, presumably with a role for us as ACER, as the EU energy regulatory regulatory agency. We'd have a toolbox which is well known to market participants, so they know what's coming per upcoming developments on the ground, with fairly common, basic, well-known principles such as third-party access to the network, unbundling principles, regulatory oversight, etc. And we would envisage relying significantly on temporary exemptions, and perhaps even in the first phase of hydrogen uptake, there may not be much need for regulation because much will be point-to-point industrial clusters. Why would you necessarily need to regulate that heavily in a first phase? Now, the two other principles in our white paper are worth dwelling a little bit upon, I think, because they involve potentially competing or conflicting interests a little bit. So from a policymaker's point of view, it's good to keep really an open eye on these issues. And the first is this issue of repurposing existing natural gas pipelines. Obviously, in many instances, repurposing what already exists can be a cost-effective alternative to building a greenfield type pipeline. But of course, it presupposes that, from a societal point of view, that demand will be there. So it's not repurposing for the sake of it, it is to meet realistic demand prognoses. And you need some sort of cost-benefit analysis to assess that. The second principle, which we're very keen on, is to keep cost reflectivity amongst distinct networks, or put that in perhaps more plain language, to avoid cross-subsidization across networks. As a regulatory community, we find this is particularly key because it's not at all clear to us that the current usage levels of gas and the current users of gas would just very seamlessly transition into the same users of hydrogen one-to-one. And for that reason, we think that it's a sound principle not to cross-subsidize between the two networks. This can have significant distributional impacts. One consumer group paying basically for another consumer group. I think it can hinder cross-border flows if you're basically seen as indirectly exporting your own subsidies. That's an implicit wealth transfer, which I know you're also very cognizant about. So there is a strong case, we think, for separate regulated asset bases and indeed separate accounting systems, as it were. We completely recognize the need in some quarters to increase subsidies, but we would argue do that through the front door as opposed to the network tariff back door, as we say. The network tariff we see as a technical measure. It will be intransparent and potentially inefficient. Now, basically on repurposing, I wanted to just dwell on that just a little bit, because here we find that perspectives may well differ, and I think it's very good for policymakers to take that into account. We think that current gas network owners may be in a bit of a dilemma down the road, because their immediate interests here may not necessarily coincide 100% with broader societal interest. So if we look at a little bit the different perspectives, obviously there is one perspective, which is the need or the wish to avoid increasingly higher gas transmission tariffs. You can argue you have a fixed network and you have gradually decreasing usage, so the tariffs will go higher on the remaining users, and there's a risk of stranded assets. That's a valuable perspective. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, one also needs to have a bit of a level-headed approach to sunk costs. Sometimes sunk costs are just sunk, and one needs to look forward ahead to what is a meaningful infrastructure investment, and therefore there is a need for integrated network planning and some sophisticated cost-benefit analyses to find the right approach to repurposing. And I recall Sarah Munoz, the state secretary from Spain, making this point as well. Be careful not to, shall we say, be compelled to invest too much in infrastructure. Certainly enough, but not too much. And I think this is a key perspective. I'll close with two other perspectives which are not network developments as such. One is the very strong and important role for market design. Mm-hmm. There are a number of different drivers here that we see from a regulatory perspective. Some of the speakers this morning were talking about that. There is definitely a key role for the ETS, the emission trading system, to give a strong carbon signal to the benefit of lower carbon or zero carbon hydrogen. I think Claude Turmes of Luxembourg spoke about that this morning. We think there is a key role for guarantees of origin as well, which others were talking about this morning as well. We think this can facilitate trade. It may also facilitate increased demand pull, and you would have different types of hydrogen competing under these guarantees of origin. It would be a transparent, consumer-friendly type of mechanism. And finally, we also think there is a strong benefit in having what I would say is a non-preferential market design, because things can change down the line. Earlier today in this conference, there are a lot of talks about what is the right mix between blending in the beginning and then dedicated hydrogen networks. Well, part of that revolves around what are the costs of reseparation at the offtake. Currently, they're quite high. Were they to come down in the future, you could see a higher role for blending than dedicated hydrogen networks. So keep a bit of an open mind. It's a good, sound regulatory principle we find. I'll close with this. The German State Secretary this morning made a big point about the current infrastructure challenges in Europe. I very much agree with what she said. We have existing network framework challenges in Europe which needs addressing if you want to tackle the hydrogen network challenges of the future. And our consistent findings as ACER are that there is definitely room for improvement. So we have this regime in Europe called projects of common interest. Many of them are subject to perennial delays. There's unclear sustainability assessments around those projects which are being proposed. There is, in our view, an insufficient cross-sectoral planning perspective, and there is a lack of what we think genuine, thorough regulatory oversight. So my point here is, when we talk about the hydrogen networks and indeed the hydrogen challenge of the future, this is also about improving the existing infrastructure challenges, that which is called the 10E framework that is currently being negotiated by the Council and European Parliament. And we, as ACER, with the national regulators, have put forward some views for the Portuguese presidency, other member states in the Council, as well as the European Parliament on that. So I think I'll close. Thank you very much for the invite. We are, we stand ready to engage on a number of different fronts and look forward to the rest of the debate. Thanks a lot.
Christian, thank you very much for, again, the insight from the regulated perspective and how we actually unlock this. I will now handle to Joaquim Nunes de Almeida to do his initial speech and presentation. Please, Joaquim, the floor is yours. No sound.
We keep doing this mistake, although it's a long time that we've been around with this. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado por me terem convidado. Thank you very much for having invited me. Unfortunately, I didn't have the possibility to go to Lisbon, my hometown, to get a bit of sun and other things. I've been appointed director in DG Grow on a series of industrial policy issues, all connected to the greening of industry and, inter alia, the hydrogen strategy. The objective of the EU hydrogen strategy, adopted in July 2020, is to scale up the deployment of clean hydrogen in Europe. The strategy sets the strategic objective to install 6 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers and produce up to 1 million tons of renewable hydrogen by 2024, and 40 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers and 10 million tons renewable hydrogen by 2030. This is the basic setting, the goal, the objective. The Clean Hydrogen Alliance is the instrument set up to build up a pipeline of viable investment projects for an ambitious deployment of renewable and low-carbon hydrogen technologies required to meet these objectives. And a first presentation of the project pipeline will take place before summer, hopefully in June, or very likely in June, at the Hydrogen Forum. The Clean Hydrogen Alliance will also bring together project developers and investors to allow good projects to find funding, most likely through a combination of public and private funds. So what's the market size and the job creation potential? Well, we estimate the Hydrogen Roadmap Europe report. The Hydrogen Roadmap Europe report of the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking estimates that the hydrogen value chain could create up to 1 million jobs by 2030 and generate yearly revenues of 150 billion euro. By 2050, in this ambitious scenario, jobs created would increase to 5.4 million and yearly revenues to 820 billion euro. This includes the manufacturing of hydrogen equipment such as electrolyzers and fuel cells, the setup of infrastructure, and the installation of hydrogen applications in downstream industries. Now, where do we stand as far as the IPCEI and the RRPs are concerned, the National Reform and Recovery Plans? Clean hydrogen and renewables are one of the flagships for the Recovery and Resilience Plans, the RRPs, Recovery and Resilience Plans. Investments in clean hydrogen production and its use are necessary to get energy-intensive industries and heavy mobility to climate neutrality. Many, if not most member states, have included a hydrogen component in their national recovery and resilience plans. And at the same time, such investments can create jobs and growth for the recovery. It would be a wasted opportunity if this is not used for financing of such large-scale projects. In December 2020, as far as the IPCEI is concerned, 22 member states and Norway signed a manifesto for the development of a European clean hydrogen value chain, recognizing the importance of promoting cross-border collaboration and of working on large-scale joint investment projects in order to support the development and deployment of hydrogen technologies and systems. These member states will concretely work towards launching an important project of common European interest, the IPCEI, on hydrogen. In addition to leveraging private financing for the projects covered by the IPCEI, it can also be a very important signal to the wider market and unleash further investments, as we have seen it in the case of batteries. What other sources of European funding are there in our view? Well, the Commission presented on the 24th of February a proposal to set up 10 new partnerships within Horizon Europe, including the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. It will build on the work of the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Since its set up in 2008, the joint undertaking has funded 285 research and demonstration projects with an overall budget of over €1 billion. The Innovation Fund under the EU Transmission Trading System will provide around €10 billion funding for commercial demonstrations of innovative low-carbon technologies between 2020 and 2030. Regional funds, namely the European Regional Development Fund, the Cohesion Fund, and the Just Transition Fund, could also finance investments into green hydrogen, especially where this would serve to decarbonize local industries, mobility, or heating systems. The Connecting Europe facility offers resources for expanding hydrogen infrastructure. And finally, EIB energy lending and similar credit lines by national promotional banks can offer tailored financing solutions and technical advisory services. Thank you very much for your attention. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção e mais uma vez obrigado pelo convite que me fizeram. Muito boa tarde. Good afternoon.
Joaquim, muito obrigado por esta introdução inicial. Joaquim, thank you very much for this initial introduction. We'll come back to you with a question later on once we hear from Roland Schulz, that I will pass the floor to. Roland, welcome, and please share your thoughts with us regarding this investment in green hydrogen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Many thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today here about the nexus of climate neutrality, hydrogen, and sustainable finance from a banking perspective. So at the EIB, we are looking at various business perspectives for hydrogen. I would like to share some of the observations with you. So when it comes to financing hydrogen projects, the EIB, as the EU Climate Bank, has to consider such projects in the context of the EU policy. And of course, also in the context of our own frameworks, such as the energy lending policy and the Climate Bank roadmap. We follow closely and attentively the current hydrogen developments triggered by the EU policy impetus, and the EU Green Deal and its policy frameworks advocate a strong system change. For a hydrogen economy, we currently derive from that policy context the need for a number of things to happen. So making and using clean hydrogen at scale will require setting up of supply chains and widespread infrastructure, massive investments in additional production of renewable energy. But first of all, the success of a hydrogen economy relies on public support in the form of subsidies, reforms on carbon prices, and adequate regulations of infrastructure. A recurrent theme for hydrogen production projects is bridging the gap of the production cost with the expected revenues so as to achieve financial viability. That appears not easy. There are a number of policy elements which could contribute to the financial viability of green hydrogen projects, such as the ETS or national support schemes. However, it seems that none of these send yet sufficiently strong signals to unlock potentially financially viable hydrogen investments. Unless there is a clear case for financial viability, there will be no scale up in these investments to reap the expected benefits of it. However, there are a number of new instruments in the EU policy toolkit to change that economic calculation. So the planned reforms of the ETS, the state aid regulation, the Renewable Energy Directive, and so on. Competitiveness of green hydrogen over conventional alternatives is currently estimated at €2 per kilogram of hydrogen. Alternatively, a carbon price of around €120 would be needed. This is an estimate by Bloomberg. Others have estimated a range of such carbon prices. For example, the Florence School of Regulation, they calculated between 100 and €225 per ton of CO2 as a function of course, the different electricity sources for generating hydrogen. We at EIB, we also apply shadow price of carbon calculation to our investments to reflect carbon neutrality in 2050. So this shadow carbon price is derived from so-called integrated assessment models, and it's interpreted as technology cost curve of abatement technologies. So we think our curve is quite well aligned with the estimates I've just quoted. What we have heard very often, also today, is it is not a surprise that green hydrogen is costly. These arguments extend from, this is because it's new, it's technically immature. On the other hand, however, we know that costs are actually determined by the centuries-known laws of physics of the processes. So these leave most likely only limited room for significant innovation and further maturation. However, costs are also determined by an underdeveloped scattered supply chain with limited small-scale applications made by relatively small industries. Whilst these industries have good reasons to take a wait-and-see approach and ramp up manufacturing only when they clearly see demand for those components, there is potential for leverage in this. For example, through rollout and continuous deployment, economies of scale and cost reduction might be achievable. However, these seem to be currently withheld because of question marks around the economics. A new additional element which we observe in the policy toolkit is the current draft Delegated Act of Sustainable Finance Regulation, the taxonomy. It aims at putting a good degree of order into what is sustainable finance and green, and it foresees thresholds of carbon intensities for economic operations, at or below which the carbon neutrality in 2050 can be achieved. Now, for hydrogen, the carbon intensity proposed by the expert group was around 150 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. The now delegated act has a much more stricter threshold, which is around 40 to 50 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. These values are very much below any current grid factor with any European member states, which is 350. So hydrogen production from grid-connected renewable energy would hence move us away from the path to carbon neutrality, unless there would be a certification regime for the source of electricity, or approaches which could be reflected, for example, to consider a transition period until such thresholds should apply. In view of all this, it seems at present difficult for investors to fully understand the underlying economics of a hydrogen project. Let me briefly focus on another topic. Studies have shown that with decarbonizing, the energy system becomes more capital intensive. This implies that the price of capital, the weighted average of cost of capital, the WACC, is a key variable in the financial viability. So to get the WACC down, it is hence important to mobilize equity and debt. However, one can only get an adequate portion of debt into a project finance structure if the risks are properly understood and addressed. Now, there is a close link between the risks and the uncertainties, in particular the policy uncertainty around the financial viability, the taxonomy, and so on. Timing, by the way, is another important topic too. In energy sector terms, 2050 is not very far away, with asset lifetimes in the energy sector commonly exceeding 25 years markedly. There are only one or possibly two investment cycles ahead of us. Hence, one would have to start immediately putting steel into the ground. Let me add some realism here. Big and complex hydrogen projects take considerable time. From the first moment a hydrogen project appears on a presentation until hydrogen is really produced, 10 years easily pass. This is a long period if you do have only 3 decades to carbon neutrality from now on. Well, there are not only challenges, but I think there are also positive elements. I like to say that despite the many question marks that remain, it is quite encouraging and striking to me to see so many industries and stakeholders being united in their conviction that hydrogen is the missing piece in the EU's decarbonization puzzle. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive explanation regarding how all of this is going to take extended lead time, that we are in the beginning, that technology, although it is proven, is not commercial yet deployed, and so it needs to gain economies of scale, and we need to bring confidence to the investors and to the financial markets in order to make sure that private sector participation is there. And in order to do that, as it was mentioned previously, we need to keep in mind that green hydrogen generation is all about capital costs. So the higher the certainty and the lower the risks, the cheapest it is to produce green hydrogen. Let me thank the 4 of you for these initial presentations, and I would like to ask a question to each one of you. I will start by Christian Olsteimer. I'm not sure I pronounced the name right. If I didn't, my apologies. And I would like to ask him, what will be the role and the strategy of DG Klima in keeping a competitive and dynamic balance in the EU markets?
Yes, thanks very much. And I think I would like to maybe continue on what both Roland and you just said. And I think the most important thing is that we create confidence in the market, so that we get really these investments started, that we kickstart them. And for this, we need I think a much better understanding by the investors about the risks and challenges, but also the upsides of hydrogen. We really need to create the prospects of competitive markets, both on the supply side of hydrogen, so that there are a sufficient number of suppliers, but also that we get a sufficient number of users, and big ones. I think this is when I talk to the projects that are interested in the Innovation Fund. This is, I think, one of the main worries. Like if I'm a steel company and I'm thinking about going to hydrogen, my main worry is, okay, will I not have like a monopolistic provider of the hydrogen in the future? How can I be sure to get hydrogen at a competitive price? And so what I would hope that we can do with the Innovation Fund is really to develop a methodology how to evaluate those projects better, how to better assess the risks, and with the number of projects that we get here, really to create a wealth of data that we can then also share at an aggregate level, and really create much more transparency in this market. And I think the other important element, in particular in the short term, is to better coordinate all our efforts of supporting clean technologies. So we work very closely with Roland's unit in the EIB. The EIB is providing for us in the Innovation Fund project development assistance. We're closely working with the other EIB programs. We are in very close contact with DG Grow on IPSAI, and really to see like how can we from the Innovation Fund support projects, and how can they be co-financed by national funding, so in particular with the resilience and recovery plans? How can we find additional credit financing from the EIB, from national promotional banks to get the capital costs down? So I think the more we can realize the synergies between the different funding programs, the better in the short term. So I think that's one of the best things we can do in the short term to decrease capital costs and to increase the confidence.
Christian, thank you very much. Let me just take a point on what you said, which I completely agree. If we actually want to create a competitive market, we need to make sure that project finance is a tool that it can be applicable and that we are evaluating quality of projects and not only the size of balance sheets. So it is highly important that policy and regulatory frameworks are as clear as possible to make sure that, as it was mentioned in the beginning and all of you also mentioned, we are in the line of making this bankable and that we need continuously less and less support mechanisms for this to go to market, because hydrogen, we can store it, and as we actually mentioned before, we have a lot of usage for storage, from energy storage to feedstock products and to decarbonize also mobility and some industrial processes. Going again to Christian Zinglerson, I would like to ask him, in the frame of the future hydrogen market, how can the regulation accelerate projects implementation? Christian, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Pedro. I think I would point to two broader contributions, if you will, from regulation. Both of them are about balance. So I was jotting down a few things, just what you said, Pedro, about clarity about regulatory frameworks relevant for bankability, and what Roland was saying from the European Investment Bank about risks being properly understood so as to be able to be somehow quantified, etc., for basically the same purpose. So I think the first contribution of regulation in that respect is striking this right balance, which I was mentioning before, between sufficient certainty so as to facilitate investment, but not so much locked-in certainty as to not be open to further innovation and developments down the line. This is a tricky balance to strike. It's not the easiest of balances because it involves a certain element of prognosis, of course, but it's a key role for regulation, and it's one we would strive to do as best we can. Enough certainty, but not too much lock-in so as to, shall we say, keep out positive developments down the line. That would be the first. Mm-hmm. And secondly, I think the other balance that regulation can provide is, maybe related to this, is this balancing of different perspectives. So with big challenges come big opportunities, come big interests, and sometimes also quite competing interests. And we see a lot of the debate and the different approaches to the hydrogen challenge being a bit of a manifestation about that. So I think what regulators can do if they up their game, whether they're national or whether they're European level, is to try to bring some balanced perspectives on these sometimes competing pitches, dare I say, or competing interests, and bring balanced considerations ultimately to the policymaker. A lot of the choices reside with them, not necessarily with us as regulators, but at least we can provide what we think are balanced considerations for their decisions as they navigate these sometimes slightly competing perspectives on what needs to be done for the uptake of hydrogen going forward.
Christian, thank you very much. I think the regulator here has a huge relevant role in making sure that monopolies are not created and that we keep the spirit of the clean energy package to make sure that the citizen is at the center of the energy transition, and at the end of the day we achieve carbon neutrality with everyone on board, not leaving anyone behind. I would like to ask now Joaquim Nunes de Almeida also a question, and what you mentioned before, Joaquim, that there is a contribution from hydrogen to the market job and contributions to GDP. Can you elaborate a little bit more how can the hydrogen market contribute to the growth of jobs while also reducing at the all European level the dependency from fossil fuels and reducing green gas emissions?
Well, the Commission and DG GROW in particular are sensitive to this aspect of using the opportunity of the energy change and decarbonization to improve the robustness of European industry. We follow these things closely. It's we do so for renewables in general to see, I mean, to what extent solar and wind are improving or are boosting the opportunities for European industries or European industry in those spheres. The same for batteries, where we have developed IPCEI and alliances, and has been a very good example of a successful piece of industrial policy. We will follow also closely the development of this market, which includes the manufacturing of equipment such as electrolyzers, fuel cells, the setup of infrastructure, the installation of hydrogen applications in downstream industries. And the figures in terms of jobs generated and revenues are pretty high. As I mentioned in my intervention previously, we're talking about 1 million jobs until 2030 and 5 million jobs by 2050. So not all negligible figures. And as far as yearly revenues, we're talking about 150 billion yearly by 2030, and quite, 8 times more, or circa 7 times more, 820 billion euro in 2050. So, Pedro, this is quite, it could be also a good contribution to the economic prospects of the European economy and European industry.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take usage of being the moderator and a Portuguese to actually share with all of you that there is a study, there are several, but there is one in particular accomplished by LUT University with Solar Power Europe, where they state the potential for renewables, generally electricity and green hydrogen, of Iberia and also of Europe. And we need to keep in mind that it's not only about having people working directly in the sector and reducing the cost of power and the cost of energy considering green hydrogen, is also how you can make this attractive to actually have intensive industries here generating their goods and products, and making sure that you also have an indirect contribution both to GDP, both to fiscal and tax collection, and also to the development of high qualified jobs, giving an opportunity to the citizen to actually have this new vision of a new economic cycle in terms of growth. Having said that, I would like to ask a question also to Roland and to the EIB. And Roland, can you share with us what is the expected impact on the new initiatives based on sustainable finance? And please, can you reinforce what are the conditions to make this bankable by the private sector?
Oh, that's a very demanding question. So sustainable finance, I think, is a new element in the calculation. Up to recently, banks and private investors were looking at whether an investment is financially viable. So that depends on the cost of it. Hydrogen cost, of course, the main cost element is operational cost, so the cost of producing electricity for electrolyzers, for example. And then the expected revenues. At EIB, we also look at the economic side of it. So is it good for society to do such investment? And that takes into account externalities, so carbon pricing. We have revised this recently, our carbon pricing model in the Climate Bank roadmap. And now we are looking at and waiting for what would be the thresholds and indicators in the thresholds. So they would determine what then should generally be considered by private investors and the financial industry within the European Union as sustainable. The values considered at present seem to make it a bit more challenging, though, to invest into green hydrogen production from electricity if it is not a dedicated production. So there is something which an investor then needs to consider. So I can only repeat what has been said earlier. There is the need for confidence in policy making and policy regulation. We are in a transitional period, of course, so I think besides having confidence, there's also the need for having a bit of patience until all the elements are sorted out. What could then bridge this period of transition is, of course, what we had heard from Christian and Joaquin, that there is already a lot of public funds available who can move current investments towards investments attractive for the private sector. Whilst I think such investments also would have to take into account sustainability criteria towards carbon neutrality in 2050, such as taxonomy and so on and so on.
Roland, thank you very much. Well, I completely agree that we need to keep in mind that sustainability is the end goal of all of this, that carbon neutrality by 2050 or sooner if possible is also the end goal here, and that we need to work in cooperation between the private sector and the way that it generates innovation in complement with the public sector that can actually guarantee or ensure that some support mechanisms are there for us to actually speed up this initial deployment. And I will, before I hand over to both of you for a final 1 minute note, I would like to say that green hydrogen, in my opinion, is the way to go, and we need to make sure that we obtain the economies of scale that are still needed from industrial manufacturing process and efficiency increase on the electrolyzers, and in what regards self-consumption, dedicated electroproduction centers from renewables to make sure that we are completely aligned and that it is transparent where is the origin of the power to actually generate this green hydrogen. So I will finish like I started. I will ask Christian Olsteiner to give us 1 minute final comment, and then I will pass on to the other speakers.
Yes, I mean, as I said in the beginning, I mean, we see a lot of good projects coming to the Innovation Fund on hydrogen, on green hydrogen, production, use, and we should really do our utmost that we get some of them very quickly on track. And I think what is really important in the short term is to improve this business model, to improve the understanding of the risks, of the challenges, but also the benefits. We are creating partly completely new value chains here. I mean, we're very much going into sectoral integration. We're very much going into industry, to multiple uses of hydrogen. So we should really try this out, get this going. And Roland said before, we need patience, but we also should have the courage all together to get started on this. And of course, from our side, from the policy side, we need to well coordinate all our support.
Christian, thank you very much. Christian Zinglerson, in 30 seconds, your final note, please.
I get 30 because I was a bit long on my presentation.
Yes,
it's a good incentive you put in place. So what I would take from today so far, I know the day ain't over yet by any means, but I take a lot of heart from the emphasis on the cross-border perspectives to this challenge for Europe. And the emphasis on trade-oriented flows. I think that has very significant implications, positive implications, in my humble view, in terms of facilitating trade, how to look at networks and network regulation. I also think it is a very promising approach in terms of facilitating competition. You are making the point about avoiding the monopoly privilege before, which I agree with. And I think this is the approach to take from some of these upcoming challenges for Europe, not so much looking at it from a national self-sufficiency type perspective, from a broader European perspective, where given the batch of rules and governance frameworks we have in place, we can be confident that a European perspective actually brings scale and benefits and speed to some of these challenges. So that's what I take so far. But again, the day ain't over yet, so I'll be drawing other lessons for this afternoon.
Thank you, Christian. Joaquin, in 45 seconds, your final comments on what we are trying to do.
Okay. Look, I think that we've established the frameworks, the platforms for people to meet and for projects to generate themselves. But now it's the time to bring them up. both the recovery and reform programs. I hope that at national level, but I'm confident that at national level, a lot of plans have been put by the member states that will push for breakthroughs on hydrogen. That's one. Secondly, within the framework of the Alliance and in view of the Hydrogen Forum in June, I think it would be very important that we now focus on all those that are there, focus on coming up with projects that would be meaningful breakthroughs or points of no return in the establishment of this new energy source.
Joaquin, thank you very much for your last comment. Roland, your closing.
My last comment is an invitation. So what we also do is, you asked me earlier for bankability. What EIB does a lot currently is we provide advisory services across the entire hydrogen value chain, on helping investors, also associations, to structure their project, to see how they could handle developing regulations and so on and so on. So we do this in a structured manner. We cooperate with larger hydrogen associations as well, advising them. We provide technical assistance. We are invited to support the Innovation Fund also there to help projects to get further bankable and mature. So I can only invite interested parties to get in contact with us and seek such advisory services so that we can help maturing projects and make these projects bankable. Thank you.
Well, I think we are reaching our time. This is 25 seconds to close. Thank you very much for the four of you for sharing your time and your thoughts with us here today. Allow me to also thank the audience for giving us the time to allow us to explain what is our vision regarding how we can actually deploy green hydrogen and to make it as bankable and as deployed as fast as possible to make sure that carbon neutrality is a goal that we actually are able to achieve. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and hope to see you soon. Done.
The room will now be disinfected and we will resume the session in a few minutes. hydrogen is challenging and disrupting the current business models throughout the value chains at different scales, from production to end use and export markets, including transportation and storage. Building on the current momentum and on new partnership formats, cooperation efforts are rapidly progressing and enabling to solve major lock-in effects. To start the panel, Industrial Clusters, the Power of Partnerships, I welcome the following speakers. Anna Krzyżanowska, Advisor of the Mission Innovation Steering Committee. Filipe Costa, CEO of AICEP Global Parks. Monica Swanson, Business Manager International of the Port of Rotterdam. Paulo Gonçalo, CEO of Ultimate Power. And to moderate our debate, I invite Bart Bibuik, Executive Director of Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the session on industrial clusters and the power of partnerships. I guarantee you this will be a very, very interesting session. First of all, a big thanks to the Portuguese presidency for this very interesting and timely conference on hydrogen in our society. Being the executive director of the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, I see the power of partnerships every day in action. We see very interesting partnerships in our projects, such as energy companies tuning up together with car companies. For example, in our project in Paris with the taxi fleets, where we see Air Liquide going on with Toyota in a joint venture. But also we see other partnerships across regions, for example. And this is actually happening here in Portugal as well. And to explain all this in much more detail, I have 4 fantastic speakers in my session. 2 women and 2 men, so perfectly balanced. The first speaker will talk about the mission innovation, where governments around the world are also partnering together to realize this hydrogen society through hydrogen valleys. Such a hydrogen valley you also have in Portugal, which we call the SINES project. And then the next 2 speakers actually will explain all the details of this pioneering, and I have to say also very important project for Europe and Portugal. They will talk about the production of hydrogen in SINES, but also how to get that hydrogen in Rotterdam. And the final speaker, he will talk about an innovative technology was developed in Portugal and how it can be used in industrial clusters such as SINES or Rotterdam. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you my first speaker. She's Mrs. Anna, I hope to pronounce your last name perfectly, Krzyżanowska. And actually, she is currently an advisor for mission innovation. She's working with senior policy makers and rule makers, also scientists, finance providers, as well as users to ensure that breakthrough innovations contribute to the objectives that we have here in Europe to the Green Deal. And previously, Anna led also the units at DG ECFIN and DG Connect. Anna, the floor is yours, and I'm looking forward to your fantastic presentation or talk.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be with you at this very timely conference on hydrogen. I wanted to start bringing 4 words from the tail part of the last session. Successful hydrogen deployment will need sustainability, certainty, speed, and scale. So I would like to start with the EU hydrogen strategy, which sets a sense of direction, the high level of ambition, and applaud the ambition of many member states who also came with their own strategies to bring up the hydrogen capabilities across Europe. Hydrogen in this audience doesn't need an introduction. We all know that it is the way to carry and store renewable energy and a strategic opportunity to improve energy security, decarbonize energy-intensive industries and transport, and perhaps the best way to bring us closer to our Paris and climate neutrality objectives. Just one number, the new EU strategy would like to install at least 6 gigawatt, the renewable hydrogen electrolyzer ability in the EU by 2040, and that number will by 2024, and this number will grow further by 2030. This ambition, and we heard it at the panel before, will require a massive deployment in the hydrogen technology, and it will need a great improvement in cost effectiveness and efficiency of these technologies through investment in research and innovation. Let me then come to the way we would like to see this in Europe and worldwide. One of the ways to demonstrate how hydrogen can work in a cluster or innovation ecosystem is through a concept we call hydrogen valleys. For those of you who do not know, Hydrogen Valley is a city or a region or an island or an industrial cluster where several hydrogen applications are combined together into an integrated ecosystem. Why is it important? Because such an ecosystem, which consumes a significant amount of hydrogen, can then improve the economics behind these projects and see how it covers the entire hydrogen value chain through production, storage, distribution, and final use. So we plan to accelerate the investment of these hydrogen platforms throughout Europe via the instruments that we have at our disposal. You've heard the attempts of the Innovation Fund. There's also an approach through important projects of common European interest, and therefore traditional, and also the traditional financing through the Horizon and Framework Program on Research and Innovation. You will find a number of these current and planned Hydrogen Valley projects in the Hydrogen Valley database on a platform which we have recently brought together. But that is not enough. European activity is important, but we would really need to integrate the international dimension into our hydrogen policy. As many countries across the globe have already announced their hydrogen strategies and brought millions or billions of euros in announcement into hydrogen, we need to make sure that the boat is going in the same direction. It is crucial to align these investments and to ensure that synergies can be achieved and we work towards the similar goals. That is why I want to bring to your attention Mission Innovation. Mission Innovation is a global initiative of 24 countries within the European Union, which brings together countries responsible for over 80% of funding towards clean energy worldwide. The objective of Mission Innovation is to accelerate clean energy transition throughout the world. And one of the industrial collaborations, which we call Innovation Challenges, actually touches upon hydrogen. And this activity has been going on for quite some time. At the moment, I understand that the platform that we've announced includes detailed information of 31 of those hydrogen valleys across the world. And it can be used to learn the lessons which we've already learned by putting these hydrogen valleys together. The platform went live in January 2021, and it is publicly available for those who would like to see, test, and use their projects in such an environment, the small economy environment. We hope that the platform will also raise awareness among policymakers and will be useful to all groups of stakeholders. But that is not enough. that is not enough. And now that Mission Innovation is preparing for its second phase, the phase which will be announced at our ministerial meeting at the end of May, where we would like to see whether we can galvanize and bring together the governments to create a mission focusing on hydrogen. It will build on the structure of the innovation challenge that we have already started and will bring countries. Many countries are interested, but it is mostly pushed through the collaboration with the UK, Australia, Germany, and Chile, by bringing together these governments on specific innovation projects through hydrogen valleys, focusing not only on bringing the hydrogen valley concept in other places throughout the world, but also in testing cost effectiveness features of the innovation in the hydrogen valleys and bringing the results of the innovation project into hydrogen valleys to continue the work we've started under the Innovation Challenge. So in conclusion, hydrogen has a high global potential. It has a global profile, and it is basically the flavor of the month. Everybody talks about hydrogen. Hydrogen is important to most clean energy transition strategies. That is good news and bad news. The good news is that we will probably have more money than we ever hoped on this technology to reach the tipping point, this moment when it will become obvious that hydrogen will take up as an alternative way of creating energy. The bad news is that we need to actually step up the efforts for collaboration and coordination worldwide in order not to waste efforts and to speed up the process altogether. The hydrogen valleys are the ideal way to demonstrate hydrogen economic potential, and we are quite advanced in that. But that brings us to the challenge that we need to link these demonstrators and from these atoms of economic activity, actually turn them into a network which will bring the real global change. If we believe that we can reach 24% by 2050 of energy consumption to be through hydrogen, we need to make sure that these demonstrators work as a system and can be integrated. What does that mean? That means that we've already been thinking out of the box by thinking about creating energy not out of fire, but out of water. Now we have to start thinking outside the box by bringing the innovation deployment and the application parts in the smooth continuum so that we can bring solutions to our citizens and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I like the flavor of hydrogen, I have to say, at this moment, very much. Anyway, thanks for your speech. But before we go to the next speaker, I just would like to ask you just one simple question. I know we have time later on, but we will hear soon about a project between two regions in Europe. I talked already a bit about the CINUS project. Do you think, or do you believe that that could be a blueprint for the rest of Europe as a hydrogen valley?
Well, it will be one of the blueprints through which we are going to work. We are looking in with great detail on how individual projects find solutions to the challenges that they find. It is, well, I don't want to take the limelight from the speakers following me, but it is great to see that we bring together the regions which have abundant solar power to produce green hydrogen and bringing them into the industrial clusters which will need it in order to decarbonize their industry. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a blueprint. There will be other blueprints in which we will bring this concept of producing hydrogen, making sure that we can figure out the infrastructure challenges, linking it to the consumers and application users of hydrogen within Europe and beyond. To give you another example, which is perhaps interesting, the Mission Innovation is also at the moment scoping a shipping mission, hoping to link ports in preparation for the vessels which will be using hydrogen as their fuel. So that is going to be another way of linking the different regions and making sure that our individual demonstrators can work as a network and as a system.
Indeed, thank you for your answer. So without further ado, I think let's listen to this challenging project of Sines. And for that, I have a perfect speaker. His name is Filipe. Filipe Costa is the CEO of the Portuguese state-owned enterprise managing the Sines Logistics and Industrial Complex, so which is basically Portugal's main hydrogen national strategy hub. He works for the Portuguese government, International Trade and Investment Agency, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In previous postings, he served also as the Economic and Commercial Affairs Consul of Portugal in San Francisco, and before that, even in Shanghai. So, Filipe, I'm looking forward to see your presentation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bart. So let me tell you a little bit about this place that you've been hearing about Sines. Do I have my presentation? Can I just start it? Right. So the Sines Port Logistics and Industrial Complex has optimal conditions for a green hydrogen cluster. This is not actually moving the... Right. So land and water availability coupled with sunshine and all the necessary infrastructures in place to fulfill the Portuguese government's national hydrogen strategy, as I will now demonstrate. The government's national hydrogen strategy aims at securing green hydrogen production, transportation, distribution, and demand. Its starting point is Portugal's renewable electricity generation competitive advantages. This cluster, in particular, leverages from the deep sea port of Sines as an export hub from the Iberian Peninsula to the port of Rotterdam, and naturally any other client destinations, and the Sines Logistics and Industrial Area. As Bart was saying, I am the CEO of the Portuguese state-owned enterprise that manages the Sines Logistics and Industrial Area. There, we are proactively welcoming prospective electrolysis facilities and industrial projects for the manufacturing or assembling of solar panels, electrolyzers, and other green power generating equipment components, as well as R&D collaborative projects looking to increase efficiency and reduce the cost of producing green hydrogen. The Port of Sines is positioning itself to handle hydrogen transportation, be it as liquid hydrogen, or liquid organic hydrogen carriers, or ammonia, thus facilitating exports and making possible for the international offtake of the cluster's production. The existing infrastructure at the Sines complex allows for the immediate injection of hydrogen in the natural gas transportation pipeline, thus contributing to an immediate increase of renewable gas in the national energy mix delivered to end customers. Future exports of green hydrogen in liquid form can consider the LNG terminal as an option. The technological similarities between liquefied natural gas and liquefied hydrogen mean that this terminal can be adapted for said purpose, with the adding of liquefaction equipment and process specifically dedicated to hydrogen. The Port of Sines in itself is fully engaged with the green hydrogen challenge. But I'll save the hydrogen business cooperation project between the Port of Sines and the Port of Rotterdam for the next speaker, Monica Svensson. What I can assure you, we are investing heavily on the electrical grid interconnections, including high and extra high voltages, not only to do our bit in combining the purposes of decarbonization and reindustrialization of Europe, but also to provide the grid for direct connections from dedicated PV farms to electrolysis facilities. Sines is in a low-density province of Portugal, the province of Alentejo, which is the size of Belgium with around 30,000 square kilometers, but houses just over 500,000 people. There is land available around the Sines port, logistic and industrial complex for wind and solar power. A number of PV farms are already operating, coming into operation, being built, being licensed, being projected. An example is depicted actually in this slide, just southeast of the Sines complex, a combined solar and wind power project. Sines complex is currently at only 10% consumption of the industrial usage water available. Soon to be 5%, as supply capacity will double. This too creates an opportunity for this transition to green hydrogen we're all aiming at. Coming technological developments will find seawater intake and rejection infrastructures already in place, removing pressure from water resources as soon as possible, if not from the onset. Finally, as for the decarbonization of industry and industrial usages, the Sines complex provides for proximity industrial customers for green hydrogen. A refinery, which today consumes grey hydrogen from natural gas, but also chemical industry, not only in Sines, but throughout the country. Of course, as said, end customers through the integrated Iberian, that's Portugal and Spain, natural gas network, and last but not least, export via the port of Sines to the main hubs of Northern Europe, starting with the Netherlands. The biggest prospective project, H2 Sines Rotterdam, builds on assets in place, looking to install an electrolysis plant on the site of the now decommissioned coal-fired power plant, taking advantage of its serving infrastructures, seawater intake, electrical grid connection, and railroad and conveyor belt linking it directly to the port of Sines. Thank you very much, that's it. I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you, Felipe, for your inspiring presentation. Looks like it will be a big challenge over there in Sines. So before we go to our next speaker, just a very quick question. What would be the share of hydrogen consumed nationally and exported? Because I saw that some of the hydrogen will be used by your consumers that you already identified. I saw 4 examples of industrial complexes already. And then how much do you think you can export to the outside? That would be my question.
Yeah. So I think the allocation will reflect market conditions, domestically and international, as both markets grow. The lead project, H2 Sines, estimates a balance between the two.
Okay, very good, very fair. Okay, but then let's listen how we will get this hydrogen to Rotterdam. And for that, we really have a power woman here on our panel. She will bring the hydrogen to Rotterdam. She is Mrs. Monica Swanson. She is a senior business manager of the Port of Rotterdam. And she's responsible for building and managing strategic coalitions for hydrogen sourcing with public and private organizations in several parts of the world. Among those are Latin and Northern America, parts of Africa, but also Southern Europe, Portugal. So the aim is to establish corridors for making hydrogen supply meet with high demand in, I would say, Northwest Europe. As part of her responsibilities, Mrs. Swanson is chairing the international coalition meetings for the H2 Sines Rotterdam initiative. Monica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bart. I would like some assistance with the slides because they're going to be centrally shown, and I will say next slide as soon as I have finished what I have to say on the first one. I'm not sure if the slides are visible right now to the audience. Thank you. Well, as was mentioned by Mr. Roland Schulze, as was mentioned by Anna, we need to accelerate. If we want to meet climate targets, we really need to step up, move on, collaborate, cooperate. It's very, very important. And the good thing about this new hydrogen business is that we all seem to be collaborating at an extremely high level and across the world and everywhere. Next slide, please. What you see in the world is that everywhere countries are developing their hydrogen visions, their roadmaps, their plans. They're all reconsidering their energy mix. They are looking at renewable energy, renewable electricity as the basis for everything. So batteries and hydrogen. Big challenges now for the export, because that's what we're talking about from those perspectives, are the further reductions of production and logistics costs, carrier choice, I'll come back to that later, how to increase production volumes fast enough. And this is really, really important because we're looking at perhaps 20 million tons per annum to be imported over Rotterdam to meet demand in the Northwestern European region, 20 million tons per annum, and we are nowhere near that number yet. So we need our production to step up considerably. And then we need to together, all of us, so not only Port of Rotterdam and Sinj, not only the Netherlands and Portugal, not only Europe, but everyone in the world, to build a large and stable market together. Next slide, please. Of course, the project H2 Sinj Rotterdam has been mentioned before. What's really wonderful about this project is that it is an EU project internally, which is going to showcase how in a sunny region like Portugal, the cold and chilly areas in Northwestern Europe are going to benefit from the shipping of sunshine towards our region, and in collaboration working on that. Of course, it's been submitted for IPSAI, like most of these type of projects currently in Europe. There's a very professional coalition working on both sides of commercial parties, supported by governments who like us to succeed, and we're working very hard on that, I can assure you. Next slide, please. If you look at what's now the current oil and gas trade, it's like a mishmash of all kinds of directions, all kinds of buy and sell. It's happening everywhere, and it's happening in these countries most centrally. Next slide. What you're looking at in the future is energy flows based on renewables, not only PV solar as shown here, but also on the next slide, flows generated from wind power or water turbulence. Please move to the next slide. And the next slide. Yeah. And if you think back on those slides with all this trading going on and all these directions gas and oil are being transported in, you will imagine as an energy hub, this is going to be a big challenge for us as a port to remain and to keep delivering new energies into our hinterland as a port. Currently, some 13% of the energy consumption in Europe passes through Rotterdam. Now that's huge. That's really huge. There's about 3,000 companies working in our port, trying to service all the area behind us. And just imagine the impact of the energy transition, not only for the port, but also for everyone behind it, the consumers, the industrial areas. Some 40% of industrial use is now serviced via Rotterdam. They get their coal, they get their oil, they get their gas, they get their LNG via us. So we need to ensure, and this is what we're doing, that this will also happen in future with new types of energy. Next slide, please. So this is a very simple representation of what we're doing in Rotterdam, and it is very similar to our sister port Sinj, that's also an energy port, only we're an import port here. We're looking at North Sea wind for green electricity, setting up an electrolyzer cluster together with companies like Shell, Nourion, BP, Air Liquide, Uniper, ending up hopefully by 2030 with 2.5 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity, which is of course contributing strongly to the European levels we want to aspire to. We're also setting up an open access backbone. That's the white pipeline in the middle of the port. The port is about 40 kilometers long, 45. So all the industrial users of hydrogen, grey hydrogen, now are going to be getting access to green hydrogen in future. We're also already preparing for some carbon capture and storage in the meantime, because as I said, the green hydrogen production worldwide is not to a volume yet where we can immediately move to that. So capture and storage, and then as soon as we can move to green hydrogen altogether. You see a little ship there in the North Sea, and that's the ship that's going to be very important. Not that one ship, but many ships. If you look at the next slide, have to say this pipeline is going to connect into the gas grid, into a further pipeline into Germany to provide hydrogen into the big industrial areas. But if you look at this graphic here, you can see this yellow sail, and you can see between 2020 and 2030, there's going to be a mix of green, blue, and grey, because that's all we have. And then once production worldwide is going to do what we hope it's going to do, there's going to be a steep incline, both in demand and in supply. And by the end of this chart, by 2050, we expect to be importing 20 million tons per annum of hydrogen to meet demand in Europe of a total of 60 million tons. Last slide, please. And the timelines for these. 2023, the first electrolyzer, that's the one Shell's going to build together with us. Of course, all the electricity, all the preparations for that, similar to Sinj. It's a big effort, but it's happening quite fast. And I have to say, it is a delightful thing to be part of such efforts on the part of such important commercial companies who are all moving in this new direction. And as a port community, with those 3,000 companies I mentioned, we can also see that many traditional terminal operators are already moving towards making space in their areas to receive ammonia, to receive LOHC, to receive the liquid. Because something I forgot to say is that we're also looking at liquid already, and that's very exciting too. You can see some examples of what we're doing, also trucks and barges, many things happening, all to provide that infrastructure to receive the energy of the future. So I would like to leave it at this because I know we have very little time. So happy to receive your questions.
Thank you, Monica. I fully agree. And I see your passion to this project is big. It's great. We need this project. As I said, it's a very important project for Europe. As you said, we need acceleration of this technology. And for sure, this project will accelerate things in Europe. Before we move to the next speaker, one short question. You mentioned this little ship. I think it was a bigger ship, to be very honest. But why shipping to Rotterdam? Why don't we use just the pipelines?
Well, it's a good question, but the pipelines aren't there. That's for one. And before we can use pipelines anywhere, we need enough hydrogen because you need pressure on those pipelines. And then the last reason, in the current oil and gas trade, there's pipelines and there's ships. And I think the ships provide flexibility and are very suitable for longer distances or for areas where pipelines are hard to install or to keep going. So I think for quite a while still, we first will need ships for this kind of exchanges between countries that are not directly connected.
Okay, very good, thanks. So we will need both technologies, as you said, ships and pipelines. So good opportunity for shipbuilders, I would say, because we don't have yet so many hydrogen ships. So I'm looking forward to see the first one, actually. So let's go to the next speaker. He's Paulo, and I hope to pronounce the last name perfectly, Goncalo, and he's the CEO. He's the CEO of Ultimate Power, and Ultimate Power is a very young company. It only started in 2012. It has 40 employees, but already operates in more than 65 countries. Can you imagine? So he's the company behind really the development of this revolutionary ultimate cell fuel saving technology. And actually, he will explain us as well how we could use his technology, which was developed in Portugal. How can we use it in the CNS project or eventually in big industrial clusters? Paulo, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Bart. I have a small presentation, if you allow me. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paulo Gonçalo. As Bart referred, I'm the CEO of Ultimate Power. I want to thank the organization of this significant event to invite us, in summary, to introduce you to our company that is dedicated to the design and production of hydrogen-based energy efficiency. Ultimate Power was established in 2012. Nowadays operates globally in 65 countries around the world. From the beginning, the R&D was a primary driver of reaching the market with disruptive technologies based on hydrogen generation. Our products and service made a clear contribution towards implementation of the 2020 Euro strategy. We are making our company a benchmark in energy efficiency, ensuring a performance based on a disruptive and patent technology to optimize internal combustion engines and hydrogen production units. We achieve substantial reductions in the ecological footprint in the transport, energy, and industry sectors. The hydrogen market should lead the European economies to ensure the energy transition for a better environment and social inclusion. In the internal combustion engine area, we present solutions for consumption up to 1,200 liters per hour. We use hydrogen to ensure better combustion, to have more energy from the same amount of fuel. This patent technology, worldwide approved, reduces fuel consumption and harmful emissions. Today, we have several certifications of all types, and we are continually adapting to the country standards where we are spreading our implementation. At Ultimate Power, we strongly believe in the power of partnerships. In 2015, we started a joint venture with Cecil, a Portuguese company that produces cement, to optimize the continuous combustion process with the use of hydrogen and oxygen, similar to what we have done in internal combustion engines. UTIS was created in 2018 and has sold more than 44 equipments to the 8 biggest cement manufacturers in the world. We are working in other sectors, namely biomass boilers, municipal solid wasters, and other sectors, industrial sectors. In 2020, we started a partnership with one of the largest American companies in the area, Plug Power, to produce containerized systems to produce hydrogen for projects that required hydrogen as raw material. Examples of that, hydrogen refueling stations that require hydrogen with a very high purity, power-to-gas projects, power-to-industry. We have already exported large systems to the United States for hydrogen refueling stations under this partnership, and we are currently producing other systems to other geographies. This enormous task of implementing this energetic transition will create numerous qualified jobs that will significantly impact our countries. Since the beginning of our activity, we have multiplied our working areas. We are continuously increasing our employees' numbers, which today are already around 40 in the most diverse levels of skills and technologies. We believe in our national capacity to face challenge, and we always bet on our teamwork. We proudly say that even in a pandemic, we have grown. Finally, the need for green hydrogen in Europe in the following years will be huge. The European economy decarbonization will only happen if governments and companies have the intelligence and believe in joint forces to achieve these common goals. Thank you for...
Thank you, Paulo. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart.
I have also a question for you. So, well, you just heard about the SENS project. Could you see a potential role for you in this project? Because you introduced us in your slides the ultimate cell hydrogen production unit, this container.
Mm-hmm.
Any talks yet, or what do you think?
We have been working in the market of hydrogen since 2012. We have been using the hydrogen for different applications, as I referred in my presentation. I do believe that SENS project will be a milestone, a very important milestone in our national strategy for hydrogen. Of course, it will be an honor to our company to be part of that project. If that will arise, it will be a huge honor for us, of course.
Well, I think we have here in our panel Felipe. I think the contacts are made. So I suggest, Felipe, after this talk, maybe you should get in contact with Paulo, because it's a great technology, apparently. So time is really moving fast. So I would like to ask a final question to all of you. Because this session is about partnerships. And so I would like to know how difficult is it really to form partnerships, and what are really the key roadblocks, and how did you overcome them, or what are good practices that others could use? So, well, I follow the order that I started with. So, Anna, maybe you could answer?
Well, look, the partnerships among countries very often require political sparkle. For Mission Innovation, this political sparkle was given by President Obama, who challenged other heads of governments to double the funding of clean energy. And that's how Mission Innovation started. So it requires people to be serious about what they want to achieve. And it requires also the partnership of a nature where people do not just come to be photographed or to meet with the ministers, but where people actually have ownership over the projects that they want to promote. And I have to say that Mission Innovation is very satisfying from that perspective. It's a very hands-on activity of the people who care about accelerating clean energy transition. That is in hydrogen, but also in other areas with which we are working.
Thank you, Anna. And I think we should talk maybe with the presidency of Portugal now, because they could perhaps also become a member of Mission Innovation in future. So why not?
Welcome.
Okay, next, Felipe, what would be your answer?
Oh, Bart, I'm the manager of the industrial and logistic part of SENS. As you know, I'm not a hydrogen company in any form. But I would just like to tell you that in SENS cluster, we've seen a number of projects come. It's not only H2 SENS, there is a good half a dozen of solid projects taking form. We see a lot of partnerships arising. We see a lot of those projects have an international component to it. They're either companies that are Portuguese matching with foreign companies, foreign funded companies. We see a lot of that. I The only thing that I could tell you about that is that I would compliment the Portuguese Ministry of Environment and Energy, and I would compliment European institutions, because it's very clear that the incentives in place and the Portuguese national hydrogen strategy are working in promoting those partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a beautiful thing that you're doing there in Sines. So, Monica, how can we have smooth partnerships in future?
Well, I think the main thing here is the commitment to succeed from all parties, and also the willingness to accept that some parties are better at one thing and some parties are better at another. So to have the realistic view of how to contribute best and how to let others contribute in their way. This is sometimes a challenge in large coalitions, but well, of course, it's not only the H2 Sines coalition we have in Rotterdam. There's many coalitions like in Sines as well, and in Portugal on the whole. In such a large port, we have all these big, initiatives glued together by many parties. I think it helps for us to be a neutral, supportive party for our port community. But the main thing is the professionalism and the sense of reality of the parties involved. They will understand if we need to succeed, we need to move together and we need to give and take and move.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the commitment is very important. It's not only the commitment of willing to do it, but I also see often that we need the financial commitment, which is important, because what I see often also in our projects is that the willingness and the motivations is absolutely there. But when it comes then finally to putting the money on the table, often that's where it sometimes stucks a little bit. Paulo, same question to you.
We, as I stated in my presentation, we at Ultimate Power, we strongly believe in partnerships. We have been performing partnerships since 2015 with different companies, and we are strong believers that to achieve these huge quantities of green hydrogen that will be required to assure the decarbonization of Europe, we should perform strong partnerships between private companies, public sector, and also the academy will be very important to give support, technical and scientific support to these partnerships. So I do believe that this triangle, private companies, governments, and universities will be needed so we can achieve this important goal in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget the society, because at the end, it's the society who has to accept to use those technologies. And I believe they are also a very important partner in the whole energy transition. So time is up. I would like to thank all my panelists, which were wonderful, amazing, and of course also the audience. And I can't wait to see the Sines project really to kick off, and I hope to be there and to see really how the Sines Hydrogen Valley goes into action and really create this cross-border cooperation, as I mentioned before, which, according also to Anna, can serve as a blueprint for Europe and for other regions in Europe, and why not as a blueprint for the rest of the world. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this conference. Thanks.
We will now take a short break and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
A concretização do Pacto Ecológico Europeu e, em particular, o objetivo de tornar a Europa no primeiro continente climaticamente neutro exige uma transformação profunda do sistema energético europeu. Para esse efeito, a presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia estabeleceu 7 prioridades que irão traçar o caminho desta transformação energética. A primeira é, desde logo, reconhecer que é necessário desenvolver um mercado interno energético eficaz, coeso e competitivo, com um elevado nível de proteção do consumidor, acesso equitativo e aumento da capacidade de produção. O segundo é assegurar a promoção da eficiência energética em todos os setores, sendo esta uma opção basilar para a concretização dos objetivos europeus em linha com o Acordo de Paris, bem como uma das formas mais eficazes e justas de assegurar a transição para uma economia neutra em carbono. O terceiro, e neste quadro, é que é incontornável maximizar o potencial das renováveis e de um sistema energético descentralizado através do fomento do autoconsumo e das comunidades energéticas. Em quarto lugar, encorajar o debate em torno do hidrogénio verde e dos mecanismos de apoio para a criação de um verdadeiro mercado para este hidrogénio. Em quinto, concretizar a vaga de renovação, que pode ter um papel crucial na recuperação da economia, apoiando a reabilitação de edifícios, contribuindo para a melhoria da eficiência energética, apoiando a economia circular e promovendo o bem-estar e a inclusão social, combatendo, por fim, a pobreza energética. Em sexto, a criação de condições para o armazenamento, as smart grids e as interligações, que são essenciais para sustentar o crescimento do mercado energético e permitir a melhor integração e o crescimento das fontes de energia renovável. Por fim, em sétimo, promover as relações externas e a diplomacia energética com os nossos principais parceiros, bem como organizações e iniciativas internacionais. Relativamente aos objetivos na área de energia, é a nossa ambição a obtenção de uma abordagem geral do Conselho na revisão do regulamento das redes transeuropeias de energia, fundamental para assegurar que a Europa atinja o objetivo da neutralidade climática. Assumimos igualmente como prioridade promover o debate e assegurar a adoção de conclusões do Conselho sobre a vaga da renovação. Pretendemos ainda manter o hidrogénio na ordem do dia, com troca de pontos de vista no Conselho de Energia em junho. A presidência nesta área conta ainda com 2 eventos de alto nível: a Conferência sobre o Hidrogénio e a Conferência sobre Green Mining, a realizar esta segunda no dia 5 de maio, ambas voltadas para a criação de soluções que visam contribuir para os grandes desafios da atualidade numa ótica de sustentabilidade.
Welcome back to the Hydrogen in Society Bridging the Gaps conference. We will now address the point of view of the sectors about the challenge and support to hydrogen adoption. To launch the panel, Hydrogen in Decarbonization Sectors of the Economy, I welcome the following speakers. Glenn Llewellyn, Vice President of Zero Emission Aircraft of Airbus, Patrícia Vasconcelos, CEO of Caetano Bus, João de Melo, Chairman and CEO of Bondalti, Philippe Marino, Vice President of Southwest Europe of Air Liquide, William Todst, Executive Director of Transport and Environment, and to moderate our debate, I invite Pedro Guedes de Campos, Financial Engineering Officer, Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have the pleasure to welcome you to this panel of distinguished guests. The topic for this session is the role of hydrogen in the decarbonization of the so-called hard-to-abate sectors of the economy. Just to frame it a little bit, each of the 5 speakers will have 7 minutes to present their different perspectives for the sector they represent. And this will be then followed by a panel discussion, which I will moderate. In interest of time, I immediately give the floor to Glenn Llewellyn, Airbus Vice President in charge of the Zero Emission Aircraft Development. Glenn, the floor is yours.
Super. Good day, everybody. Pleasure to be with you here today and looking forward to sharing a few thoughts about how hydrogen fits into the aviation ecosystem. I have a few slides to share, just 3. So if you bear with me, hopefully they're on your screen right now. And the first is really to just put hydrogen into context. And really what this chart is showing is that there are 3 ways to use hydrogen in aviation. The first, and what's on the top, is in synthetic fuel. So power to liquid synthetic fuel, where ultimately we want direct air carbon capture to take CO2 out of the atmosphere, to use that in combination with hydrogen to create a hydrocarbon and therefore a synthetic fuel. And that type of fuel we can use on our existing aircraft. In fact, our existing aircraft are already compatible to use up to 50% of synthetic fuel on board. And we see synthetic fuel as important in the context of our current aircraft, but also in the context of even future long-range aircraft to complement biofuel, which is the other family member in what's called the sustainable aviation fuel family. What we are also looking at is the use of raw hydrogen on board the aircraft. And that's what you see represented in the 2 boxes at the bottom, where we directly combust hydrogen or we use the energy, the electricity created in fuel cells to power the aircraft. And in fact, you can do these separately, or you can do them together in a hybrid propulsion system on board the aircraft. And this is not something we can do on today's aircraft. This is something that we need to design a new aircraft for. So why would we go to all of the effort to develop aircraft running on, let's say, raw hydrogen instead of just using synthetic fuel? And really the rationale is at the bottom. We see it as having the best possible climate credentials compared to all other options. We've looked at butane, methane, propane, ammonia, all of the different sustainable aviation fuels. And what we see is using raw hydrogen has the potential to have really the lowest climate impact. Also, it looks attractive in terms of cost and also in overall energy efficiency. And that's why we see hydrogen as a very important pathway for aviation to progress. And it's why, and it's the main energy type which we consider when we have made the announcement last year to bring a zero emission aircraft to market by 2035. And what's really important there is to understand that our vision at Airbus for the future of aviation is for it to be powered by renewable energy. We can't put solar panels and wind turbines on board our aircraft. They just won't fly, but we can use hydrogen. It's a good surrogate for renewable energy. The aircraft which we revealed in September last year are these three. All of them have gas turbines and fuel cells on board in a hybrid configuration. And what you see is that there's huge variability or huge flexibility, should I say, for hydrogen in the commercial aviation space in what I would call the first generation of technology. So the technology which we want to mature by 2025, we already see as capable of covering up to 100, 200 passenger carrying aircraft, 1,000 up to 2,000 nautical miles, which is a huge part of our market and a large part of aviation's climate impact. So we see huge potential for hydrogen to help us in this challenge. The fourth aircraft, which we revealed in December last year, is another one of the several concepts which we're studying at Airbus. And this concept is a fully fuel cell powered aircraft. So there is no gas turbine. It's not a hybrid configuration like what you saw on the previous chart. This is a fully fuel cell powered aircraft. And we are currently looking at what this could scale to in terms of, for example, passenger carrying capacity and range, and also economics. In all of the configurations that we've just discussed, there are fuel cells, and we have set up a joint venture in October last year with an automotive player in order to take what's already real good technology in the ground transportation sector and improve it for aviation's purposes in terms of performance level, in terms of efficiency, in terms of weight. There are going to be lots of partnerships which we establish in order to allow us to have a zero emission aircraft. And I think what's going to be evident is that those partnerships are going to be with energy suppliers, with automotive or ground transportation players, because in fact, a lot of the technologies, a lot of the ecosystem that we're interested in is coming from that space. And I think if we're clever, we should make sure that the investment which we then make in aviation to improve this technology benefits the wider society, because that technology should find itself back in the ground transportation sector, back in the energy sector in a circular way. Look, that's all I wanted to share as part of the intro. Thanks for your time and looking forward to hearing my other colleagues speaking.
Thank you very much, Glenn, for this very interesting presentation. And it's very good to see that you are already looking at the decarbonization of aviation through green hydrogen. We will for sure take it up in the discussion, also because of the need of the infrastructure and the airports as a potential hub for a potential green hub or green hydrogen hub in developing the activities that go along. Moving forward, I now give the floor to Patrícia Vasconcelos, who, amongst other roles, is the CEO of Caetano Bus, a Portuguese company which entered into a cooperation with Toyota back in 2018 to effectively build hydrogen fuel cell electric buses to decarbonize the road passenger transportation sector. Patrícia, please take the floor.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for taking part in this panel. It's a pleasure for us to be here and discuss with you today the importance of the hydrogen in decarbonization sectors of the economy. 55% of the world, of the population in the world lives in cities in our days. This number will increase. This number will increase to 60 sorry, I'm having some issues here with my presentation. Sorry, I have to. Okay, so 55% of the world population lives in cities in our days. This number will increase in the future. And we, as a mobility solution provider, we see that we have the responsibility to make cities a better place to live. To achieve the carbon neutrality in 2050, like proposed, it is necessary to continue to invest in reducing emissions with cleaner transports. And here, as a transport company, we see hydrogen as a form of that is going to have a fundamental role in this decarbonization way. So what are the challenges? I mean, today, we as a company are looking into global challenges, not really looking into what are the challenges regarding to our competition, but what are our global challenges in these new technologies. In order to achieve the Europeans' long-term strategy, in order to have to reduce the emissions and noise, to improve urban networks, to create environmentally friendly solutions, at the end to improve the quality of life in our cities and in our planet, we have major challenges. And one is the time. We don't have time to lose any longer. Our planet is already reaching a limit that is not sustainable any longer. We are facing lack of specialized human resources in this new technology. So we really need to invest a lot in the skills of human resources in these new technologies. The infrastructure development is far away from being that what we would like it to be. And of course, the price. When we are talking about new technologies, there is always the startup and the initial high price that we also have to face. So several countries and several cities have very strong environmental strategies. They want to replace their bus fleets to zero emission solutions. And we, of course, as a bus builder, we, of course, are here to support the countries and the cities in this way forward. So our electric journey at Caetano Bus started already in 2011 when we launched our first electric bus. It was a first electric bus for the airports, the first electric co-bus. And since then, we have been in this journey of electric mobility. In 2019, we launched our first H2 City Gold. It's our bus that is in cooperation with Toyota, where we have a partnership with Toyota and use the Toyota fuel cell stack. And of course, we are continuing now. Our strategic plan 2025 is to continue to improve our hydrogen solutions. We see the future will be powered by hydrogen. We believe so, and we are working a lot on this task. So our electric solutions, we have the same platform in our vehicles that fits either a complete 100% electric vehicle or that fits also our fuel cell bus. So one platform fits all, and we are 100% focused in our days to only build electric driven buses. So our strategy is completely to leave the old diesel buses and only focus 100% on new technologies. And this why? Because we are very compromised to the quality of life on our planet. We are committed to deliver cleaner and sustainable solutions. We are very motivated and strongly committed to the energy transition. And we have, of course, a passion for the wonderful planet we live in. So this is the reason why we are really putting all our efforts in this transition way. And we see this transition is going much more than only looking into buses. It's really not only about buses anymore. It's about the cities, the regions, the seas, the airports. It's about to create an integrated ecosystem with different mobility applications and prepare the necessary infrastructures. These are the challenges we have today to integrate a hydrogen technology into different mobility applications and to accelerate in this way the hydrogen deployment. That is what we are working for. And in our days, Caetano Bus is the first company in Portugal being able to integrate hydrogen technologies in different mobility applications. So we are talking about applications in trains, in trucks, in vehicles, in light vehicles, in heavy duty vehicles, in boats. So we see that the volume that we need in order to make a hydrogen society working is needed. So much more than only focusing on buses, we are focusing on putting the hydrogen society moving, so creating volume through the different applications. And here Caetano Bus, as already mentioned, a Portuguese company that has the capacity to do this integration. So very strongly believe in the hydrogen technology. Of course, we also have the electric vehicles. We see that both will have a place to play. But the hydrogen technology for us has a much wider range than the electric itself. So thank you again for being here, and I pass over to the next colleague. Thank you.
Actually, I'm taking again to thank you the presentation, Patricia. It was very informative and inspiring in the sense that you are really greening completely your operations in terms of bus production. So very good to see. I also spot an issue in your presentation about the skills moving to electric buses, either fuel cell or battery, or even hybrid. You might have an issue in terms of reskilling your staff, but we'll come to that later on in the discussion. And great for keeping the time, because therefore we will be able to have a proper discussion later on. So great. Okay, in view of timekeeping, I now give the floor to Mr. João de Melo, Chairman and CEO of Bondalti, a large conglomerate of chemical plants with strong presence in the Iberian Peninsula, which happens to be both a supplier and a customer of hydrogen from and for its chemical processes, I learned yesterday. So, João, please take the floor. You have to unmute yourself, please, João.
I hope somebody will put the presentation. Okay, there it is. Please, I'm talking about the hydrogen way for our chemical future from Bondalti view. Next slide, please. We are, our mission is to create innovative, sustainable chemistry, contributing to a better world. We have a vision to be a reference chemical partner in global market with a long-lasting relationship based on high-quality, innovative solutions. We heard already that partnership are going to be the major question in the short and medium term on the hydrogen level, and we believe very hard on that. Create value to people, shareholders and clients, suppliers and the community. We are based on values, innovation, competence, human development, because without human and people, we cannot do nothing, and responsible action. Next slide, please. We are a medium, small company, Portuguese company, family owned by José de Melo Group in Portugal. we have a presence in Iberia. We produce inorganic chemicals based on chlorine and derivatives, and also organic chemicals based on aniline and derivatives. We are one of the biggest Portuguese producer of hydrogen today by electrolyzation of salt. And we produce about 4.3 kilotons hydrogen per year. And we consume also hydrogen for aniline production, about 14.3 kilotons. We have a strong relationship, I'm going to demonstrate afterwards, in Estratégia hub with two major international companies, Dow Chemical and Air Liquide, that is also hydrogen and gas producers, and we buy from them from Air Liquide hydrogen too. And we produce also chlorine in Spain, in Torrelavega, where we sell to Air Liquide to this hydrogen. Then we know how to produce, how to consume, how to transform, how to storage, and how to manage hydrogen for a long time. And something that is important in our view is also ammonia, and we also consume and buy ammonia and transform it. And then we believe also this is something that we will demonstrate afterwards, that is one of the way to transform green hydrogen in ammonia to export that to the world. Next slide, please. This is how we deal with our partners in the Estarreja complex. Estarreja is a city in north part of the country, south of Porto. And we are very much integrated there. We are one of the biggest, the second biggest chlorine producer in Iberia. We transform hydrogen in aniline that is sold to Dow Chemical, and aniline is used to produce MDI. This is a polyurethane that goes to the international markets. We buy hydrogen, as I told you, from Air Liquide also, and we use ammonia to transform in aniline also. We use electrolysis for a long time, and then we produce and transform hydrogen for a long time. Next slide, please. We are very committed to be a relevant player in the hydrogen value chain. We are already in I would say, a gray hydrogen field, but we want to evaluate to be a total green hydrogen producer. We want to be completely, as a chlorine producer, we are a very electricity intensive user. We want to be by 2030 completely renewable electricity consumer. And we want to transform that electricity also in the hydrogen to produce ammonia to our own consumption, but also to export to other countries. Next slide, please. What we have as takeaways. Green hydrogen is not yet competitive versus gray hydrogen. We should be aware of that. We are at the beginning of the process. The intentions are there, but we have a huge challenge to surpass in the coming years. The main challenges we have is, although renewable energy is there, they should be present at competitive price. If there is not competitive price for energy, is not possible to have success on the hydrogen, green hydrogen strategy. there is some questions about the capex and the efficiency on the electrolyzer too. We are on the birth of the technology itself. Then we believe it's possible, but we should have time to do that. And in terms of policy, the evolution in CO2 and the ETS mechanism and definition of I2 green origin certificates are crucial for the success of that strategy. The decarbonization objectives and the product's carbon footprint requirements also is very important. We are in a global competitive markets. Then Europe has a strategy very clear for hydrogen and for the decarbonization, and we should deal how we are going to deal with other geographies, because we are going to put an intensive amount of money to decarbonization, and we should be aware how to deal with the importation of products from other regions who will not have the kind of measures of objectives that Europe has. And then renewable electricity are going to be the major factor. The electrolyzer capex and the efficiency of that, the technology, are going to be a key factor. And the decarbonization roadmap policy is very important to cope with all that. Then we are very committed. As I said to you, we want to be by 2030 in terms of electricity completely renewable. This is a challenge, but is our compromise to the decarbonization strategy that we put in place on Bondalti. Then thank you very much, and I'm anxious to debate that later on.
Thank you very much for your presentation, João. Great to see chemical hubs can also operate in a circular economy, and that part of it can become green by means of green hydrogen, so very good to know. I also note from your presentation that both electricity price and industrial cooperation are key to optimize competitive investments in innovative green hydrogen production technologies, and that policies to ensure carbon accounting and pricing are required to ensure fair competition between different origins of hydrogen. We will come back to that in the discussion later on. Moving forward, I will now call in another representative of a major chemical company, which is committed to carbon neutrality by 2050. His name is Filipe Marino, and he is the vice president at Air Liquide, in charge of Southwest Europe. Filipe, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Bon dia, Pedro. Thank you very much. If somebody can also share the slides, it would be easier for me, if possible. In the meantime, while maybe you can go to the next slide, I'll start by maybe reminding in a nutshell who we are. So we are an industrial gas company, meaning that we supply industrial gases, oxygen, nitrogen, argon, and hydrogen to almost every industry. As an example, I think that all the panelists that have presented today are customers of Air Liquide. And we have as well an important healthcare business with an activity with hospitals, with patients at their homes. We are a 20 billion euro company present in 78 countries, and of course, as well in Portugal. As you can see in the next slide, in the past 50 years, Air Liquide has developed a unique expertise, enabling it to master the entire hydrogen supply chain, from production, going to storage, delivery, and also the end user application that has allowed to develop widespread the use of hydrogen as a clean energy vector. But more specifically, in the past and last 25 years, we have focused on the clean hydrogen value chain. And there we have developed, innovated, invested and pioneered basically all the steps of the value chain. We are operating the largest proton exchange membrane electrolyzer in the world in Canada. We have the largest hydrogen storage in the world in the US, and we operate the largest liquefier of hydrogen in Europe, in the north of France, for example. Okay. Maybe to the next slide. 20 days ago, we have unveiled our sustainability objectives, among which are renewed climate objectives that are, we believe, the most ambitious of our industry. We aim at carbon neutrality, as Pedro said, by 2050, with two intermediate hard points. The first one is an inflection point, meaning that we commit to decrease our direct and indirect CO2 emissions before 2025. And second, we target to reduce by 1/3 the CO2 emissions of the company. This means an abatement of more than 10 million tons per year of CO2 by 2035. It also means, for example, that from here, all our growth will be carbon neutral. Next slide, please. Of course, hydrogen is not the only solution for energy transition or for decarbonization. But I guess that all panelists will agree with me that without hydrogen, we will not be able to deliver neither the energy transition nor the industrial decarbonization. So this is why hydrogen is a cornerstone of our roadmap. We expect our hydrogen business to triple in the next 15 years. And a big share of this hydrogen will be low carbon or renewable. As you can see, we plan to invest 3 gigawatts of capacity of electrolysis in the years to come until 2035. Maybe next slide. So we are in industry, we are an industrial player, and therefore we invest on the long term. Long term is, for example, what the Hydrogen Council has published a few years ago. They expect by 2050 that 18 or 20% of the worldwide final energy demand will be in hydrogen form. We are not a hard to abate industry ourselves in the industrial gas, but a lot of our customers are hard to abate. Okay, and while we work to decarbonize our assets, we plan to accompany our customers in their roadmaps, in their energy transition roadmaps. This means that, for example, for hard and heavy industries, steel industry, cement industry, lime industry, they will need to transform their processes to use hydrogen, sometimes oxygen, while they are not doing so today. And this requires very large investment, and it will require time as well. Next slide, please. So I have mentioned in my speech 2035, 2050, but as you can see, we are already in motion. As you can see, there are a large number of projects worldwide, but especially in Europe, linked to large-scale electrolysis, to mobility projects, to carbon capture projects. Okay, and I would say that in the energy transition, especially thanks to hydrogen, Europe is placing itself at the forefront of the transformation of industry. Now, I think, Petra, in the preparation, you asked me what were the challenges that we saw. I would say that on the industry side, we are set to do a lot. I would even say that we are doing a lot by scaling up technologies, by taking industrial risks. We are doing, I think, a good share of the job, but we still need support. We need support from the industry in terms of subsidies and funding for such an enormous transformation. We need renewable energy to be cheap, available everywhere, and sufficiently stable for industrial process, as João de Mello said just before me. We need time. What I mean by time is that we will need a transition period think that we all agree that green hydrogen is the end game. But in the meantime, other solutions will exist, and we will need to go fast to them to decarbonize as fast as possible. I'm thinking, for example, of the carbon capture and offshore sequestration. Then we will also need right regulations, and this is not an easy topic. You've seen that there are a variety of markets out there. We have industry where we have already a competitive hydrogen market. We have mobility that is in incubation. We have also maybe a yet to born sector with hydrogen as a vector of energy by blending in natural gas. So we have different markets needing different rules because they have different maturities. Last, and maybe to the last slide, please, we cannot do this alone. Okay, we think that, and we believe that energy transition should be carried out with large partnerships and alliances. This is why we have founded and we are members of alliances and partnerships worldwide, but also in Europe. And of course, we are glad that these alliances and partnerships aim at promoting hydrogen as a cornerstone of the energy transition. So to conclude, I would say that the considerable plans and investments recently unveiled by the European Union and Portugal are a first decisive step in hydrogen development. And that, as you've seen, we are already engaged in close coordination with all stakeholders to help implementing this in our industrial basins in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. I take good note that Air Liquide is looking at clean hydrogen in general, and not just green hydrogen, possibly avoiding locking in a single pathway for that. I also note that Air Liquide is a very active player in developing the hydrogen ecosystems around the world, as you put in your previous slide, not only as a supplier of hydrogen, but also partnering with other companies to generate the demand for hydrogen in early markets for mobility, for example, like forklifts, trucks, buses, and taxi fleets, but also for heavy industry like steel making, which you had in your second to last slide. I will now give the floor to our last speaker, William Todd, Executive Director of Transport and Environment. T&E is a renowned politically independent non-profit organization contributing to best frame the EU climate policies in view of an emissions-free mobility system. William, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pedro. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been very interesting listening to the other panelists. So, as said, I lead Transport and Environment. We're Europe's largest green group in the space of clean transportation. We are apparently the only ones on the panel today that are not clients of Air Liquide, but you know, the things can change. I will kick off my remarks by agreeing very much with the previous speaker, and that hydrogen is absolutely indispensable if we want to decarbonize the economy completely, and that is now our goal. And that is absolutely true if you look at the so-called hard-to-abate sectors, which in the transport sector means aviation, shipping, and to some extent heavy trucking. So that's where I will focus in the next couple of minutes. Next slide. If you look at aviation and shipping, if you look at this slide, you will see that in particular for aviation, the emissions growth of that sector is really almost off the charts. And if there's one reason why we're not going to meet the Paris Climate Agreement goals, it's because of that unchecked emissions growth. And it's very encouraging to hear that the airline and the aviation industry in general is recognizing this problem and is taking action. But this is truly a formidable challenge. And it's one that will not be resolved by COVID. It is true, of course, that this year planes were grounded, airports were empty. And it is true that aviation will not return to what it was in 2019 immediately. And perhaps business travel will never return to what it was. But that aviation will return to growth is very clear, if not in Europe, then in the rest of the world. So this challenge absolutely remains. Next slide. Now, if you look at what needs to be done to decarbonize shipping and aviation, these two very hard to abate sectors, we've done a number of reports and analyses in the last couple of years looking at that. And we started off by applying the traditional measures proposed by environmental NGOs. So let's tax the sector, let's do modal shift, let's apply efficiency measures, both to the aircraft or the ships and to the system itself. And what that shows you is that you, in both those sectors, you don't get anywhere near where you need to be if you're really aiming for zero emissions. There's a really significant gap, an enormous gap in the case of aviation, a very significant gap in the case of shipping that needs to be filled with new technologies or new fuels. And here I very much agree with the explanation that was given by Glenn in the beginning. Hydrogen really plays a key role in that. Next slide. And I think the key for us is that we're looking for technologies or fuels that are both sustainable and scalable, and that's super important to us as an environmental group, because it is true that biofuels, is this other often talked about fuel, a sustainable alternative fuel or sustainable aviation fuel, but biofuels are either not sustainable when they use land, or they're not scalable when they're based on wastes and residues. And to illustrate that, you can see on the slide that if you use advanced biofuels to power the aviation sector in 2050, a pretty efficient aviation sector in 2050, you can do roughly 10% of the energy demand. That's sort of what you can do with advanced biofuels. So that's limited, and that's in light of the overall challenge. That's actually marginal. The heavy lifting is going to have to come from hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels. Next slide. Now, this slide is a graph that that has been shared quite a lot, and I'm not sharing that to have a go at hydrogen or say that hydrogen is not good or anything. I'm sharing that because I think it needs to be clear to all of us here today and on this conference that there are really serious limitations to hydrogen, and if that weren't the case, it would have already taken off in a much bigger way. It would have taken off in the 2000s, and it hasn't, and that is because there are limitations. Those limitations are related to the energy that you need to produce hydrogen, and they're related in the context of green hydrogen. Are related to the amount of green hydrogen that you can produce and the costs that are associated with this. And I think this is important to emphasize because it informs the type of decisions we need to take. This is not something that individual companies can solve on their own. It's not going to be good enough for Airbus or for Maersk or for others to make some commitments. We're talking about massive changes to our economy, massive bets that individual companies, even though they say they will take those bets, they're not going to do that because it's too risky to the company to completely change your business model on something that is still a little bit speculative. Next slide. And I want to illustrate that. I'll illustrate that by giving you one example. We believe that in the shipping industry, that ammonia is one of the best candidates as to transform hydrogen into a fuel for shipping. And if you would run a big container ship from Houston to Rotterdam today, the fuel cost would be 4 times higher. Now that is prohibitive. That nobody's going to do that other than for demonstration purposes. The good news, though, is that we've been here before. We've been here before with renewable power. We've been here with battery cars. We've been here in other parts of the economy, and it is possible to tip the scales. It is possible to close or at least narrow that gap. And I think what is absolutely key in our mind is a combination of policies or action to increase the cost of fossil fuel. But I think most importantly, public action to bring hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels to scale. And that is really our main message here today. We are going to need public policy in the form of R&D support, in the form of emissions trading, but most importantly, in the form of regulation to give companies, everybody in the supply chain, the certainty that they can, with confidence, invest in this exciting new technology. Because we need to create a situation where the company that Glenn works for, Airbus, knows that after 2030 there will be airlines that want to or have to buy these hydrogen aircraft, and those airlines need to know that when in 2030 a new regulation kicks in, that there will be supply. And I think this is the model that we have successfully applied, for example, in the automotive sector. It works, and this is the model that we need to start applying in the aviation and shipping sector, and I imagine across the hydrogen supply chain. So thank you very much. And just to say one final word, I think we are having this debate at a really important time. In 3 months' time, the Commission is proposing its Green Deal regulations. on aviation shipping, the refuel EU regulations could actually be the basis for scale for hydrogen, ammonia, and e-fuel solutions. So this is extremely important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, William, and thank you very much for your presentation and for being concise. We actually have 15 minutes left for the debate. I would like to note on your presentation that also on the other colleagues' presentations regarding mobility, that there are different views regarding hydrogen carriers between various mobility applications. You mentioned ammonia. In aviation, it was referred to as liquid hydrogen, and for buses, gaseous form of hydrogen. So very interesting to see that. Okay, let's start the discussion and the debate. I will launch specific questions for each of you, but please chip in if you wish to do so in other questions, okay, in other colleagues. So, Glyn, starting with you. You told us today that Airbus is looking at the aviation decarbonization via green hydrogen. And I mentioned airports as potential hydrogen hubs. I would like to ask you two questions on that. The first one is related with how to create a proper value chain in a mature aircraft market, which currently is highly stressed by the COVID pandemic, as William properly mentioned it. But it will be behind us someday, hopefully sooner rather than later, but which will have to be ready to radically shift its architecture to accommodate new cleaner technologies, as you showed in your presentation. So that would be the question: how do you create the value chain? And I would just raise immediately the second question so that you can address them both in one hand. It's about the infrastructure. You will need to have massive quantities of green hydrogen ready for planes' propulsion when they land, right? So would you consider that similar to ports, airports could be the hydrogen hubs of the future, ensuring the early development of ground mobility on the back of hydrogen, so that when airplanes are there in, I don't know, you tell me the timeline, but I would say 10 years, when the airplanes are there to absorb hydrogen, there's already the infrastructure in place. That would be...
Yeah, super. Thanks for the question. So maybe dealing with the infrastructure question first, it's a topic which we're working a lot on with several hydrogen energy suppliers plus airports. It's critical that before we start spending the billions of euros on the aircraft development, that we are confident that we can have hydrogen at the right cost at airports. And so what we've been working with airports and energy providers on is this concept of the airport as a hydrogen hub. Airports are basically heavy transport hubs. Heavy transportation needs hydrogen in order for it to be decarbonized. We have aircraft, of course, going to airports, but airports are also cargo or logistics hubs. So trucking goes to airports, passenger transportation, including buses, go to airports. So what we are developing is the idea that during the 2020s, we will have more and more hydrogen at airports to decarbonize airports themselves, plus the activity around airports, and that will scale the use of hydrogen at airports, familiarize airports with hydrogen operations, both on the aircraft side and off aircraft side, and that will prepare the ground for aircraft using hydrogen in the 2030s. And that's a key part of the overall strategy for developing hydrogen at airports in sufficient quantities and scale for aircraft in the 2030s. The other part of your question was about the supply chain, and particularly about how the supply chain has been impacted by COVID. I think it's a key point. We already had the plan to communicate on our zero-E or zero-emission aircraft ambitions in summer last year at the Farnborough Air Show. Farnborough Air Show was cancelled because of COVID. We had to delay our announcement until September, And what really allowed us to continue with this project is the support we've had from different nations in order to build back green. I mean, I think that's a large part of the strategy that we see in various regions to come out of this COVID crisis in a better situation with respect to climate. And, you know, to be quite frank, we're going to continue to need that support in the aviation sector, but probably also in other sectors in order to really come out of this crisis in better shape with the technology we need, with the renewable energy we need for achieving our target, which is, I think, collectively the Paris Agreement.
Okay, so it's an opportunity for you. Great to hear. We have to stick to one question for the other colleagues. Sorry for that. I just realized that we have 10 minutes to go, and maybe we can go to the second question. So moving straight to Patricia. Well, I was going to ask you about the chicken and egg dilemma of the hydrogen production infrastructure and whether batteries would suffer from a similar situation in case of the at-scale production. But let's skip that one and let's go straight to the one that I mentioned before on the skills for your staff. So how are you going to address this staff reskilling and how do you see the need for public support to cope with the skills gap?
Well, the skills of our human resources is, as I mentioned, is really a big challenge. And as this is a new technology, we have to do it together with partners and with universities. So we are at the moment already internally in our company making for our own giving trainees to our staff in order to be skilled with the technology that we are using at the moment. But this has to be on a much larger scale. And here we are talking then really in involving universities and involving the society as a whole, because we are now only looking at our gaps and filling them with internal resources, but this is only the first step. So we see this as a real need together with partners and together with a push that has to come from the government also to have these skills moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving to João Melo, you mentioned several main challenges for increasing green hydrogen competitiveness. And knowing that the electricity price, which was one of the factors, is composed not only from the cost of electricity generation, but also the grid fees and levies, and that often the industrial sites are not directly connected to a wind or a PV farm. Could you elaborate further on possible instruments to enable green electricity price competitiveness to feed directly your industries?
Pedro, I'm sorry, I'm not listening you well.
Okay, I'll give it.
But I didn't understand what you.
Yeah, the point was.
Answer me.
The point was the electricity price. So you have electricity price, and you have the cost of renewables plus the grid fees. Is this?
I will address what are for us. What is the challenges that in the first moment we will have to succeed on the green hydrogen strategy? First is, in fact, competitive energy price for all. We are all competing, all countries are competing on their own energy hydrogen strategy, and the electricity competitive price is the main factor. Second is incentives. We are talking about very early stage technology. Then incentives should be linked to the real capacity to develop those technologies and succeed to go to the market in real time. We know that industry is much more advanced than politics incentives to address those thematics. We know that industry are putting down projects very in a large amount than incentives itself are being delivered. Then that question is incentives real time in transparent time is very crucial to the success of the hydrogen. And the third part is we are living in a global world, and Europe want to be decarbonized in 2050. We should be aware that we are going to make a huge amount in investments, and at the end we should compete with other regions, global regions in the world. Then how to deal with some regions that are going to have carbon-based products that are going to be exported to Europe when industries in Europe should be completely the carbon-free. Then that should be a challenge too. And I think that is the three main challenge that I wanted to put on the table.
Thank you very much, João. Philippe, I was wondering, because making the link to João's presentation as well, you also highlighted that the industrial cooperation is key to optimize competitive investments in innovative green hydrogen production technologies. So I was wondering, because of your experience in terms of developing hydrogen ecosystems around the world, and these examples that I gave on mobility and steelmaking, would you consider that partnering with other companies is the way forward along the production and usage of green hydrogen in its early days? Or is it that at some point we don't need it anymore and the market will be fully clearing these needs?
Nobody has a crystal ball, but I am convinced that the world of the energy transition opens the field for renewed partnerships. An example is that in this circular economy mindset, the customer and the supplier are more linked than before, but also as a matter of competitiveness. I mean, I take the example of supplying competitive hydrogen for the mobility. We know that large volumes will come before for the industry, and we will benefit from that, from these economies of scale, to be able to supply hydrogen for the mobility. So we see that how the ecosystems are going to be created, not to mention renewable energy, of course, that João de Melo mentioned before. But we see that beyond the chicken and egg, it's chickens and eggs. And we are all intertwined, and it's a network of stakeholders. And this is where the authorities and the regulations should play its role, so that everybody is lifted and can develop at the right pace, I would say.
Okay, great. I will give opportunity of a question also for William. In your presentation, you approached several means of transport, including trucks, shipping, aviation, and also different hydrogen carriers. I was wondering, would you consider that there is a regulation gap in specific sectors, or is it similar in all three sectors that I mentioned before? And if so, would this gap be better addressed at the EU level or at the member state level?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. I think that the gap is largest for aviation and shipping. I think for trucks, you have a regulation, the CO2 standards, that are requiring truck makers to start selling cleaner or zero emission trucks. And I think that's going to be an opportunity either for battery truck makers or for fuel cell truck makers. So there is real pressure there. I don't think you have that pressure in the aviation and shipping industry. And I think that's really, the biggest issue we have, because when I hear Glenn talk about we need to put in place the infrastructure, the airports need to start using hydrogen. Well, I have heard that before. I heard the automotive industry say a long time ago that, the first thing we needed to do was put in place the infrastructure, decarbonize the power system, and then, in the meantime, they would work on innovative solutions. And they didn't do very much until the moment there was a regulation that really forced them to do it. And I think we need something similar in aviation and shipping, because, we're dealing with large incumbent industries that are, except for the crisis, are doing quite well selling current technology and making good money. As we want them to shift to something radically new, we will need to write that in law. And I think, in a way, what the discussion we're currently having on cars is a discussion about the end of the combustion engine. And I think that's really focusing everybody's mind. And in a way, I think that's what we need for aviation and shipping as well. At some point in the foreseeable future, in 2030, in 2035, flying fossil fuel kerosene in Europe should just no longer be possible. And I'm sure that will really focus the minds of Airbus and airlines. And I'm sure that once there is a ban in place on fossil fuel flights, that we will see those hydrogen aircrafts emerge, perhaps even faster than what is currently envisaged.
Okay, thank you very much. We are just on time, so thank you very much to all the panelists, and thank you so much to the Portuguese presidency for inviting me to moderate this very productive session. See you soon.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you all.
Bye, thank you.
To close the high-level conference, Hydrogen in Society, Bridging the Gaps, the Deputy Minister and Secretary of State of Energy, João Galamba, will take the floor.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to hear the outcomes of this important conference, Hydrogen in Society, Bridging the Gaps, under the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union. I would like to thank all representatives of government, namely the Netherlands, Spain, Germany, Luxembourg and Canada for their participation. I would also like to thank the researchers, national and international experts, association participants and representatives of the public and private sector. Your participation and attendance to this high-level conference has been extremely valuable, and we thank you for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to have heard that the past fruitful discussions that have advanced amongst the participants during all this day on the state of development and cooperation in the strategic value chain. While holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union, Portugal is committed to stimulate the opportunities arising from the necessary energy transition, particularly building on the EU hydrogen strategy. Hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen, is a crucial facilitator to achieve the objectives of the Green Deal. Renewable hydrogen will play a key role in decarbonization, both as an energy vector and in terms of energy storage, and also, of course, as an industrial feedstock. It is especially relevant in those sectors where electrification is not feasible or not cost efficient, being decisive for the decarbonization of European heavy industry, namely cement, steel and the chemical sector, and also for transportation in those areas where direct electrification through batteries is not feasible or not the best option. So hydrogen is a priority both at the European and national level, and the more than 2,000 participants registered for this event are one great evidence of the relevance that this discussion has in Portugal and in Europe. In today's event, 6 sessions were organized focusing on complementary issues, addressing policies and strategies to create a real market for hydrogen, an international vision on the challenges and opportunities for a global hydrogen market, existing gaps and barriers to build the hydrogen economy, as well as on the promotion of sustainable value chains, on partnerships and on the key role of innovation ecosystems. If we can summarize the role of this conference, after having discussed the relevance of hydrogen, the objective of this conference was how do we move from ideas and plans to execution, and I think we've achieved that. In its opening remark, we've heard from the European Commissioner for Energy, Mrs. Kadri Simpson, on the 5 fundamental aspects of building an hydrogen market for Europe: strategy, implementation, financing, sustained investments in our R&D and international dimension, and the positive contribution of Portugal as an example for Europe's energy system in the near future. The ambition for the EU is more renewable electricity available, less reliance on fossil fuels, and a strong hydrogen value chain, new industrial and technological opportunities matched with new job creation and a strong European market for hydrogen. During this day, we've also heard of the key role of international partnerships and cooperation to answer the challenges, to scale up the hydrogen market, to scale up technology and thus reduce costs, and to reinforce the learning curves in each country. On competitiveness, trends are particularly on cost reduction, namely reducing the costs of electricity and also reducing the costs of electrolyzers, where scaling up and large-scale projects are key to achieve these results. Hydrogen Europe presented us with the presentation of their Hydrogen Act, representing a strategic collaborative effort, giving an excellent contribution to the vision and develop a future hydrogen market and infrastructure. This proposal includes both an Infrastructure Act and a Market Act. More than agents acting in a market, we need a collective focus and drive to accelerate the implementation of an hydrogen market, and thus create a full hydrogen value chain in Europe and ensure global industrial and technological leadership aligned with the EU's climate objectives. When moving on to the finance part, we had the European Investment Bank, which is the climate bank of the EU and has hydrogen as part of its key priorities in terms of energy transition and decarbonization. They share their vision and their commitment to support green hydrogen projects and highlighted the need of a value chain approach, bringing together EU institutions, national governments, and industry. It is necessary to mitigate risks with appropriate policies, commitments from the governments and member states, and a clear and stable regulatory framework. And mentioned that the Portuguese plan for hydrogen is one of the most ambitious and more detailed. Green hydrogen is likely to play a relevant role together with renewable electricity for power in the European Union's achievement by 2050. The challenge Europe has in its hands to decarbonize and achieve climate neutrality needs to be financed by both public and the private sector. For the private sector to come on board and invest and lend to deployment of green hydrogen production and consumption, there are necessary conditions that need to be in place. We need a regulatory framework that gives the investors and lenders a predictability on how to address, measure, and mitigate policy and country risks. We need stable support and incentive mechanisms to allow volume and price risk mitigation, as well as subsidize economic affordability in the initial stages of the implementation of these strategies. And we also need performance and technology guarantees from manufacturers and investment-grade banks or financial institutions. Also important is the idea of the hydrogen valleys or clusters. Valleys are integrated ecosystems that allow the integrated and systematic deployment of several hydrogen-related elements of the value chain. So they allow to closely integrate production, distribution, and the many usages that hydrogen allows. This integrated approach favors collective efficiency, lowers costs, and allows for the quick deployment of integrated value chains, which is one of the main objectives of the European Union. There are many such valleys across Europe, across the world, and Portugal also plans to develop at least two valleys, one in the port of Sines and another one in the north of Portugal, to aggregate, to allow these integrated ecosystems to prevail. Also important was in the panel regarding the sectors where hydrogen can play a role. As it was said in this conference, hydrogen serves for a lot of things, but not for all the things. So it is clear to say that the key priority is and will always be the electrification of consumption, but hydrogen is complementary to this vision and will allow renewables to a higher penetration of renewables and will allow to decarbonize those sectors where electricity is not enough. So in the last panel, we had aviation, we had Airbus, we had the chemical industry, talking about the potential of hydrogen in its decarbonization, both as an energy vector and as a feedstock. And we also had the transportation sector, the road transportation sector. It is in the transport sector, hydrogen will play a key role in some areas of road transportation, although the main, it will be, as I said, complementary to batteries, but still there is a role to play in road transportation, mainly buses in public transportation and heavy duty and long distance transportation. And as it was also mentioned in the last panel, hydrogen or hydrogen-related products such as ammonia or methanol are critical to decarbonize the maritime transportation sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that this event has provided updated information, facilitated the fruitful and deepened the discussions that we've all been already having, and we hope that you've appreciated the opportunity to learn from more than 30 national and international participants that share their vision in the hydrogen sector. This discussion between all actors with a collective focus and drive to accelerate the implementation of an hydrogen market needs to continue, and we need to explore the economic, the industrial, scientific and technological opportunities available, of course aligned with the EU's climate objectives and the world's ambition to decarbonize. It's time for making the talk a real walk. Thank you for joining us. Bye-bye.
We will now close the high-level conference, Hydrogen in Society, Bridging the Gaps. Thank you for watching.